Good morning. Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We're slowly going to start. And thank you for your patience. Thank you for agreeing to wait until everyone can register. My name is Magdalena Nawarecka-Piątek. It is my pleasure and my honor to open this conference. I'm so glad to see so many people in attendance who are interested in the subject of introducing farm animals into various activities with patients. I represent Zwierzęta Ludziom Association, which, in cooperation with the host of the conference, so the Academy of Life Sciences, we have the pleasure of opening and doing the conference here. The conference is an outcome of a project co-financed by the EU and a project developed in cooperation with partners from 4 countries. With us, we have representatives of all of these organizations. So we have the Norwegian organization, a fantastic organization of practitioners that assess the predispositions of animals and that creates standards for working with animals in various kinds, not just farm animals and so dogs. And also we have with us Professor Dennis Turner, an outstanding specialist that I believe all of you know, who focuses on cat behavior and also other animals. He's from Switzerland. And we have Professor Aline Rousseau from a Romanian university that works with interactions between humans and animals. And today she's also going to be giving a talk on this subject. And my name is Agnieszka Boruta. I work at the Institute of Animal Sciences. And hello and welcome on behalf of the host, so the Academy of Life Sciences in Warsaw, also the authorities of the Institute and the Institute of Bioengineering and Animal Protection. Hello and welcome to the guests, and hello to our graduates and our students. I also would like to welcome the practitioners, the cheesemakers and owners of farms who have animals and who are also considering this pathway. They are with us today. So the people that are only at the start of their journey or are making plans, I strongly encourage all of us to contact such people because this is an opportunity that may not happen again, as they usually don't find it easy to leave their farms as the animals need to be attended to. So hello and welcome to everyone once again, and I wish you a pleasant, wonderful day full of knowledge, full of contacts and experiences. Yes, and also I would like to thank the team of the Zwierzęta Ludziom Association. Those are the people wearing the yellow t-shirts that are sitting here and in front of this room, thanks to whom the organization of this event is possible. So a big round of applause to them. And I think we can now move to our lectures. We have a small delay, so I will do my best to go ahead and smoothly get through the most important points of my talk, just so that we don't make the delay worse. I'm going to talk about whether and which animals can work, and also how we can examine this concept more broadly. I think this will serve as a good introduction to the other lectures and other topics that we will be discussing further. However, I would like to start with a little bit of history. And I would like to tell you that, well, the names and the terminology in this sector has changed. And from this year, we're no longer talking about animal-assisted interventions, but animal-assisted services. This is why up to this point in literature or in different other places, the abbreviation AAI has been replaced by AAS, in English, Animal-Assisted Services. I think during this conference, on various lectures, you will come across this new terminology. I advise you to perhaps get acquainted with it because this is a term that will start being valid from this year, and you will find it in various publications or other sector-related publications. And this is a QR code. You can scan it And it will take you to a document that very broadly and accurately describes and discusses the changes in the terminology. That document also discusses how the international group of experts, practitioners, and organizations that work in the sector define various kinds of activities with animals, and also how they are divided into 3 subgroups. Now, these subgroups do not differ very much from what we've been doing so far, because so far we talked about animal-assisted therapy, so AAT, and right now we're changing it into animal-assisted treatment, so that is a broader term, but it is still focused on professional support of people with animals by a certified specialist. We also have animal-assisted education. That's education, and that's facilitated by a teacher, a pedagogue, with the participation of animals. And then there's animal-assisted support programs. That is a new term. It means, well, various programs of support with the participation of animals. And this is a broad concept that discusses, or which rather includes, all kinds of activities and meetings with animals that are not always therapeutic in terms of their goal, but they're equally important. They raise activity or they support local communities. I encourage you to scan this code, especially if someone is considering working in this field, and I encourage you to familiarize yourself with the document. So this sector, or rather this part of practical work, is enjoying more and more popularity in Europe. In most of European countries, there are various animals working with patients in various places, in school, education, at hospitals to support the patients, and on farms where they can be visited and where you can learn about animals. And these are various kinds of forms of support and participation of the animals. We try to examine what this looks like in various states. So we are partnering with 4 countries from various areas of Europe with different cultures and different levels of education in this area, and with a different culturally related knowledge of animals and their treatment of animals. I think that the organizations that are participating from the practical side and from the academic side, I think the experience of these organizations allowed us to really deeply survey the subject and to develop the recommendations that we will be sharing today. As part of the project, we have analyzed many different studies and academic publications available, but we have also examined the work of practitioners in various circumstances. So specifically on farms, in hospitals, schools, with the participation of different species of animals, and also with the involvement of various kinds of specialists who are facilitating these activities. We tried to find a common denominator, a good practice that we could show and that we could recommend further. Because there are few countries that have legal regulations in place discussing what this should look like, but there are more and more practitioners entering this sector and are trying to have classes and activities. That's why today we're going to try and share with you good practices and the rules that we all should be adhering to. Now, what we have managed to observe based on the research and practice is, well, yes, domesticated animals can work and they can support people in various kinds of activities and therapeutic and educational processes. Most often it is beneficial to the people and the animals. Now, what is key for these activities to take place and for them to be successful and really supportive for people is the welfare of the working animal. If the animals are not receiving proper welfare, if they're stressed, if they're sick or hungry, we must not say that the activity has been successful and that it has a good effect. On the contrary, the effects are the opposite to being good. And also, there are many factors that impact the welfare of working animals. I believe Christine, in her lecture, will be sharing more on that, because it doesn't only come down to the training or the predispositions. What is very important is the animal's personality and whether the animal is well suited and well selected for the activities, and whether the environment that the animal functions in is properly suited to the animal's needs, because not all animals can effectively work in every environment. And what is most important is the key to successful and ethical work with animals is to educate the handler. I think that should be the main recommendation, And the key message of what we're going to be discussing today, the point is that we, the people, handlers, or facilitators, organizers of various activities, we are responsible for what the activities look like, how effective they are. Even the best trained therapeutic cat or farm animals that have been certified and verified will not do the activity by themselves. That's why the education of the handler and also how we moderate the activities and the interactions with the patients and clients is key. Now, the outcome of the project that we're going to be sharing today there are three outcomes. The first one is a tool for assessing a cat's temperament in terms of work. So that is about verifying whether that given cat can participate in activities, which kinds, if they feel well in interactions with people, and if that cat feels well in various kinds of institutions. Now, the second outcome is a course about cats for support programs. It's about how to prepare the cat and the human to facilitate the classes. And the third outcome is a course on farm animals, also within support programs and within AAS. So, as part of the tool for assessing cat temperament, based on an analysis of various available studies and the currently valid methods for assessing temperament, we have developed our own questionnaire that is to be filled by the handler, and then a practical test that is a continuation of the temperament assessment. So this tool, FETAT, so the feline temperament assessment tool, allows us to assess whether that cat working with patients in various places will feel comfortable and will provide good support. This QR code you see here will take you to the published studies and to information on how this questionnaire has been developed, how we worked on it, and what is the academic background behind it. As part of the project, we have tested several dozen cats from various countries. We assessed their temperament, and we checked which of these cats and how respond to potentially stressful situations or situations that require interactions with people. So this test for a cat, according to our work and our recommendations, consists of several steps. The first of these steps is a form. It's quite easy to be filled out online by the cat owner, and the cat owner answers by him or herself questions on the cat's temperament and how the cat functions. That form is later assessed online also by an expert who proposes an initial recommendation regarding whether the cat can go on to further testing or whether the responses suggest that this animal requires support or a safe home environment. Then, a handler with cooperation with two people records their cat in various situations. There are 11 exercises, 11 tasks described step by step, and the handler sends the video to the experts. So at that point, the behaviorist and etologist, a two-person team, assesses the behavior of the cat in various situations. If the cat passes the test, that cat is certified, and the certification says that the cat has the right personality. But this is a personality test. This is not a skill testing test. So the fact that a cat has the right personality doesn't mean they are fit for work. It is also important for the animal to have the proper skills and to teach the animal behaviors or to make the animal used to situations that they're going to participate in later on. So the personality test is the first step to this professional certification, we could say. Now, the second outcome is the second product has been developed. It's a course developed in an international group of experts. It's a course on cats comprised of two elements. The first element is the online part, where there are lectures and videos showcasing practices. These videos are made, well, in the form of lectures, where you have a person talking about how to behave or how cats behave. There are also videos with different kinds of animations. And this course prepares the handler to work with their cat and to prepare the cat for further activities. And then there's practice. Under this project, we were lucky in the sense that we were able to have practitioners from 4 countries of Europe, or actually even 5 countries. And those were people who have been working with cats for years in many institutions. So we were able to have an excellent exchange of experiences that enriched the materials with comments, experts' comments and assessments. But we also should say that because our sector is practical, we mustn't only learn it from the internet and from online lectures. Practice is exceedingly important, and it is important to really know how to get along with the animal and how to understand their behavior, their communication, and to make proper use of it when working with patients. Now, this QR code will take you to the online course on cats. So you have access to that here. The materials are available in English, but we're still working on translating them into Polish. And we have our partners that are also developing their respective language versions. So as part of this course, we have also provided materials on the behaviors and the needs of cats, and also on the cat's natural behaviors and how these natural behaviors may impact how the classes are had. We showed different ways of socializing and training cats to prepare them specifically for these activities. We also talk about welfare during activities, and how everyday life with the cat can impact their welfare during the activities. We also showcase good practices and various ideas on how to practically carry out good activities with cats. So the recommended certification or work with cat pathway is that we start with a cat personality test. That way, we check whether our cat has the same idea for life as we do, whether the cat feels like meeting strangers in strange places. And it's only when the cat says, yes, that's fine, I can be there with you, only then can we move forward and can we go ahead with the online course that prepares the handler, focusing on the basic knowledge on working with the cat. Then comes practice, and the practice includes training sessions and practical activities supervised in institutions, and only then this team, the human and cat, and by the way, it's important to keep this in mind, it's always the team, it's never just a human or just a cat, and then the team is certified that attests to their competences for work. Now, product 3, the third product, is the blended learning course on working with farm animals. In this case, the logic behind the product is similar. So it is an online course. Once again, this QR code will take you to the course in English. And then comes the practical part. Under the project, we had the opportunity to visit a Romanian university and institutions cooperating with that university. And that included farms and an enclosure, a garden with animals. And we were able to discuss various practices with people who have farms in various ways. Farms that focused and people that focused on education, or that focused on psychiatric therapy, or that focused on everyday support of children in pedagogical therapy. So all of these elements were gathered, and that also is in a way part of the course. So similarly as with cats, practice is essential. It's important that we understand animals, and we are going to be highlighting that on many lectures. It's important for us to properly read the animal and for us to adapt our ideas to the real ways in which the animal functions, and not the other way around. We should be taking the animal and adapting them to suit our expectations as to what they should do or what the internet suggests. So yes, this is a practical camp, a practice camp that took place with the involvement of many animals. Most of it was observations and discussions on what can be done and what can be improved in different areas instead of actual work. And then a recommended certification pathway, an online course, the certification of a farm, and I think Christine today will be talking about how we can test such animals and assess their personality and what is important in this assessment. And then that person who has completed the online course and who has an animal or animals with the proper temperament receives certification to provide services, animal-assisted services on their farm. So thank you very much for your attention. I believe that most of these topics will be, we will be diving into them further by people who will be taking the floor after me. But now I'd like to give the floor to Agnieszka Boruta. So I have a very difficult role because I would like to take all of you enthusiasts and, well, make you count down to earth a bit. I mean, of course, I wish you many successes, but I will be speaking not only as an academic teacher, but I will be also speaking as a practitioner because practically I am an owner of a farm on which there are several groups of animals. And I will be talking about things that I'm experiencing myself. And from what I have noticed, these are things that are completely unknown to the people that are first getting into working with farm animals, because yes, we're talking about these animals. It's a whole group of animals, regardless of what way of activities we use, because a decorative hen that we keep in a farm is still a farm animal according to the terminology, and it undergoes and rules regarding farm animals. And today I would like to draw your attention to the different challenges that you may come across. I believe that the best course of action in relation to ourselves and the animals is, before you get into trouble, you actually should get to know the laws and regulations that apply. So in the meantime, the internet is just stuff that's filled with images of animals that are used, that are promoted as animals whose place is, well, to be as close with humans as possible. Now, these pictures, I admit, are from the internet. These are pictures that their owners are, well, showing off on different websites. And honestly, I don't like these kinds of activities. I'm not going to hide that fact, and you're going to, well, learn that as I speak, because I know these animals, and I'm also a zoo technician by education. I know the needs of these animals. And to a certain extent, I know their behaviors after 30 something years. I'm going to say that I know their behaviors to a certain extent. Please take notice of that. And I believe that to some people, it will be very disappointing. You know, when they rescue a pig, when they take it home and they treat the pig as an accompanying animal, they're going to come back home one day and it turns out that the pig, in a way that's completely natural, just ate half of the floor in the apartment. And is everybody prepared for that? Well, from the situations I know, the people weren't ready for that, and they weren't ready for the redecoration that the animal did, because the animal, as the animal grows, achieves sizes of over 100 kilograms, 100 or even 200 kilograms. And at that point, there are challenges. How do I walk the animal? How do I cater to the animal's behavior and needs? Let us please keep that in mind before those needs and before the upsetting and the demolishing of the life starts, because it's not something that is easy on us, but it's first of all difficult for the animal living in our environment that largely doesn't suit their needs. So that's something that I would like to first draw your attention to. Now, of course, we should talk about good practices, and we should talk about a man that appears and has didactic work with their geese and dogs and cats, and the fact that he visits many schools and kindergartens with these animals. But I know people who became too overly enthusiastic with this image, and then they're very disappointed that an animal such as a duck, a goose, or a hen cannot be taught to stay clean. And in that way, it causes problems also in didactic institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to start viewing animals for what they really are. We need to come to terms to the fact that they're not going to be cooperating with us fully, especially in terms of animals whom during their domestication, they were not polished to cooperate with humans. And actually the first, or rather the most important selection criterion were their production capabilities. Those are farm animals, and that's what we're discussing today. So we're going to have a pig that at a certain point, well, no piece of furniture at home will be able to carry, and we're getting the pig used to sitting on the couch or the armchair. We also have a growing interest in cattle and also goats and sheep, but first of all in cattle. And I need to say that this actually makes me worried. I have seen situations where, and it's really difficult to stay calm. Now, this is a big animal. I think all of us here will agree that these are big animals. In terms of kilograms, it can look very impressive because a cow weighs several hundred kilograms and a bull can weigh over a ton. These are animals that are rescued, and And some organizations are doing that already, and they're trying to introduce these animals to animal therapy. I'm not saying that somebody had bad intentions and that they weren't training the animals. I'm just drawing attention to the fact that this animal, behaving in a completely natural way, has an expression that we're often not fully used to. So, in terms of housing and in terms of logistics, I'm not sure if somebody who wants to rescue a small cow isn't aware of the fact that if they're going to need to transport the animal later, they need to have a proper vehicle for that. If we want to do it by ourselves, we need to be certified to transport such an animal. This is something that is not discussed, and this is later something that can be frustrating, that can knock us down, and unfortunately, we may be fined for that without the proper competencies or the proper adjustments that are required by law. Let's please focus on that, and please consider whether you can physically and logistically afford this group of animals if we want to get into this group of animals, because these animals always bring specific behaviors and specific needs into your lives. So the group of farm animals, and this picture shows one of my farm animals because I have a herd of goats. And let me stress this again. This is a definition from the encyclopedia. When we talk about domestication, right, we're talking about polishing certain skills by the human being, and they were shaped by decades, hundreds, or sometimes even thousands of years. Now, the outcome of this activity, I mean, of course, apart from the fact that it's long-term, it's going to depend on genetic and environmental factors, and we will be influencing that as people, and we're seeing that happen. We can see it now if we compare wild dogs or wolves to contemporary dogs, and we're going to see huge behavioral differences. If you, for example, dream of using primitive breeds of cattle or small ruminators in your animal-assisted activities here, you have just a shortcut. It's without specific dates, but it shows you chronologically which animals were domesticated by humans first, which doesn't mean that we understand the domestication of the dog in the same way as the domestication of cattle or pigs. Now, companion animals were selected and were perfected on aspects that we can generally refer to as friendly interaction with people. That was the selection criterion. If a dog wasn't able to behave properly in the presence of people, and if he was bothering them at work, then of course it was not a dog you wanted to keep. It was a dog that you wanted to get rid of quickly. And in this case, that was the selection criterion. Actually, over the years, what happened is specialized breeds were created, or specialized types, to fit the expectations and the needs of people. That's why we have specific breeds of dogs. But in terms of farm animals, we have this zootechnical term called production attribute selection. So what we were interested in here was how many eggs we're going to get. And we were choosing hens if we wanted to get eggs. We were choosing the hens that would lay many eggs, hoping that the next generation after these hens will yield even more production volume. And thinking of cows, we were not interested in whether the cow would be very cute to us and if it's going to welcome us every morning in the enclosure. But what we wanted was for it to give us a lot of milk. Then when we became interested in milk production further, we were interested in whether that milk will be, runny, watery milk, so a milk with a high water content, or whether, in terms of cheese making, we want to get as much cheese as possible from 1 liter of milk. So that meant more selection for protein, fat, these things that we need for cheese making. So that's how we need to think about farm animals today, because from a behavioral and utility perspective, they are a completely different group than the group of companion animals with whom, and honestly, we need to say today, not everyone is managing that well either. Now, I'm not sure whether you think of farm animals in the context of the fact that they have their specific responsibilities, specific duties in systems that are valid in Poland. Let me stress what I said in the beginning. It doesn't matter whether you're using a hen for animal therapy, whether it's your companion hen that together with your dog, you walk. That hen If the agency introduces further stages of registration, that hen will also need to be registered under the agency and the veterinarian inspectorate. And in this case, not knowing the law doesn't justify you or relieve you from observing the law. Please take notice of this. And I'm going to briefly discuss the basic requirements and the basic duties first. Think about whether this is how you see your life with the animals. You want to introduce an animal assisted therapy because, well, gently said, there's a lot of red tape. And I do understand that this red tape is necessary because here we're talking about farm animals, and farm animals are mostly for the product. So in relation to the human nutritional safety, we of course need to have a system for monitoring, for supervising the production process of the food. That is the main assumption of the agency and the veterinary inspectorate. Of course, we also supervise the health. We focus on prophylaxis. Now, I'm not sure how aware you are, ladies and gentlemen, but this week we've had conferences on which there was much discussion on the fact that in the case of cattle and small ruminators, we are dealing with two medical conditions, two diseases that are going to be the main challenge for most cattle herd owners. We're worried of that. But worried about that, but we cannot avoid it. It's impossible, and it's impossible to in any way shield our herds to help us in prophylaxis. So take notice of this. When talking about the Agency for Restructurization and Modernization of Farming, we are working in the IRZ Plus system. It's a system developed for identification of animals. This is why farm animals, and we may not like it in the context of companion animals, but they have earrings. There's a modification of the systems implemented this year, which means that they may have either responders or bands. However, there is a rule that they have to have at least one earring, and without that item, you're not going to get around that. Of course, there are areas, and you may hope that the agency will not do inspections, but failing to fulfill that condition, you will receive fines until you finally meet that obligation. So either way, that's something you must do. Also, each time in the agency, you must report when the animal is moved. Now, our animals live in our herd, and we register it first in the veterinarian agency, and then in the other agency, we register where the herd lives. And if we want to take these animals, apart from treatment, right, because then we're going for tests or for procedures that we cannot do on our farm, that is the only case when we don't have to report it. But any other case when the herd is moved needs to be properly reported. So now, ladies and gentlemen, imagine this. Now, imagine what it looks like in the case of therapy, according to Polish law, when you want to move the animal, because this is a challenge. You may move the animal from one main location of the herd to another location of the herd. And if we want to, and some people are tempted to do that, if we want to transport the animal from one location to another location, the location where we have the therapy, well, please explain to me, how do we convince institutions such as medical institutions or the Mother and Child Health Institute or the Alzheimer's Center, how do you convince them to actually say that they have a herd location at their hospital and report it to the proper authorities so that we can legally and properly report that we're moving the herd from one legal location to another and then coming back? And I have experienced this by myself when I was organizing a little bit of a didactic, a teaching zone with animals during a big agricultural festival. My animals actually moved, and they had collars prepared for it, and they moved in a very peaceful way. And we agreed that when the animals are going to be moved there, there's not going to be any loud music. There were several groups of animals so that people coming in from the city could see the animals live, and for that, to be an attraction. So the agreement was that the animals will stay in that location for 4 hours. It's enough for the animals. It doesn't in any way violate their welfare. They had food and water. We refused for them to be fed so that they're not overfed. So we thought that we have it all under control, right? So anyway, I went across the road and I entered my closest neighbor's farm. And then I was called by the agency that the animals moved. That was visible because my animals that had their locators were visible on all the pictures from the fair. And it's not something that the agency is going to neglect. If somebody wants to act according to the letter of the law, I mean, if an inspector wants to do that, he's going to hold it against you. Now, unfortunately, I mean, there are joyful things happening in the pack, in the herd, so there are new ones being born, but there are some that die. In the case of the companion animals that we focused on, in the case of animal therapy, we very often feel the need to organize, a bigger or smaller burial ceremony for our animals. And in the case of farm animals, well, you have to assume that that will not be an option, regardless of what the animal is used for on a day-to-day basis. In the case of animals that are registered with the agency, the only form of disposing of the carcass after the death is utilization. Now, emotionally, this is very difficult in the case of animals that you have an emotional attachment to, even in the case of farm animals. I can tell you from my experience, unfortunately, you cannot shelter your animals for them to live forever. And it can be a huge experience when you see a vehicle showing up and your beloved animals thrown on carcasses of other animals, because this is what it looks like in the system that governs farm animals. Now, another supervisory body is the veterinarian inspectorate. Everybody has to become registered in the location that is adequate to where they have their farm. You have to have specific courses. You have to have records of medical records. One of the courses that is very popular recently for farmers is a course for using antibiotics in the farms, and everyone has to complete such a course at the due time, and they have to submit, based on the agreement with the inspectorate, we have to present a certification that we've completed this course. And we also have medical records that are kept by the doctor that is attending to the pack, to the herd. Now, question, what do we do when an animal goes sick? We call the doctor. It's not like it's a dog that we can put him in the car and drive there. But I'm saying this very seriously, and I'm saying this with much sadness, because this is a university where I used to work, and they have a veterinarian department. But this is actually one of the biggest challenges today when you have farm animals. There are no doctors or let me rephrase that. There are so few doctors that they are unable to satisfy the needs. So we talk to students, we convince them, and there's no willingness among students, gently put, to specialize in farm animals. This is one of the problems that you also will be facing. You, of course, want to provide your animal with care, but at a certain point, your competencies are exhausted. So when starting with farm animals, I would actually start with thinking of formal aspects. And one of the main issues is, where am I going to get veterinarian care for my animals from? That is a very serious topic to consider. Now, I'm not sure also whether you're prepared for a major business, but when in your farm you have feed, because your animals will want to eat, right? And feed is hay, and feed is also grains or different blends that you buy. I'm talking about, of course, purchasing officially from official sources. Then what you're doing now is you're buying feed. And are you able to run another business? Because now you also have a feed business. From a legal perspective, that's what it looks like, and nobody says it, and you need to consider it. And if you're part of that, if you do that, then I'm sure that the big enthusiasts will overcome these problems. But from my own experience, I can tell you that to me, it is very challenging, and I'm sitting there at night filling out all the documents, because during the day I don't have time for that, because I spent the days doing what I consider most important, which is tending to the animals. Now, also, you need to become, and that's for your own needs, you need to become people who will be very accurately identifying needs, such as when you need to call a veterinarian. So first, without the competences and the certification, you need to track down the condition that your animal has, and then you have to watch helplessly when in the area there's a condition that the law that legally has to be fought, because then the regulations are cruel and not acceptable to all. We try to protect the animals, but in the case of many diseases, there are some diseases that are fought, from on a legal on a county level, and then your pack will be eliminated. I mean, nobody considers whether all the animals have the same level of disease. Still, usually what happens is the whole herd as will be eliminated, and that is also very difficult to bear. Now, also, when talking about using farm animals to support people, so that's the contemporary animal therapy, we need to consider where we are going to have our activities. And I'm really glad that today we will have a lecture on how our guests recommend that we do these activities, because what I dislike very much in the case of violating animal welfare is driving large farm animals in cars, in station wagons, in the trunks. I'm talking here, of course, about encroaching on welfare, but in the light of law, this is also illegal. So you need to have proper certification of carriers, and you need to buy vehicles that are adequate to the size of the animal to legally transport them by yourselves. Now, another point that worries me very much is, how and where do we learn farm animal behaviors? Now, we know how many difficulties and problems there were where animal therapy was introduced when we were working with dogs and cats. Up to this point, in some circles, there's much confusion on the basis of interspecies communication. I mean, it's still something we're combating, right? But I can't imagine, and by the way, I can't imagine where we would find the information. Nowadays, it's very difficult to find specialists or institutions. I mean, besides the basic animal training methods. So it's difficult to find places where we could learn the behaviors of farm animals. That is another challenge. There's no books and no faculty and no specialists, and what is promoted online, I mean, what I found are just the ABCs of training, but it doesn't explain the behaviors of the animals that we're soon going to be responsible for. So there's a tremendous amount of knowledge that's necessary in terms of needs, nutrition, maintenance, and even once you already have that knowledge, you may come across things that are completely unexplainable. I, for example, received a decision about cutting down the trees from the enclosure, or I should give up the idea of that area being qualified as a pasture. And you know why? Because the agency takes pictures from up above, and they saw crowns of trees from up above, and they decided that this is not a pasture. I asked for an inspection on the spot, and they told me, but why do you need these trees for? Wouldn't it be better if you just cut down the trees? And I said, well, I actually planted these trees intentionally so that my animals, especially the older ones or the younger ones or the pregnant ones, have some shade and have some shelter. And I heard, and they told me that there's nothing like that in the regulations concerning welfare. So from the agency's perspective, it's not the fault of the officials. The officials just need to exercise the provisions of the laws that are in their tables and their spreadsheets. So that's what they're sticking to. Now, that is the real world of farm animals. Sorry for complaining a bit, but I'm just trying to give you the facts. Many of my colleagues and friends who have farm animals and keep them for production purposes, they have hens, goats, sheep, and cows, are also considering offering this kind of activity because most of their life is spent in on around the farm anyway. There are some farms where, in terms of these produce, they don't take them very far, but they actually sell them directly on a store located at the farm. So this would be an alternative. After all, since we're here and the animals are here, they can also be used for this kind of activity. But please take notice that if we're talking about an animal that we want a certain level of to give us a certain level of production, it is important for us to reduce their stress levels, and it is important for us for the animal not to use too much energy in certain groups. These animals, by the way, they also have a smaller need at a certain point to run around pastures, but if we also give them extra activities, such as walking with the guests, visiting the farm, and also the stress. Now, we've said this many times, stress doesn't have to follow from some intentional action with adverse effects by the human being. I mean, stress is also when there's a large group of visitors. We do not see that as an activity because the animal as a stress because it's not that the animal shows it to us immediately, but we're going to see that after these visits, we're going to start getting less eggs and there's going to be less milk. So the question is whether that offer and whether our idea of progressing down that path and perhaps earning more money as our farm, question is whether we're prepared for that, right? That's another question we need to answer. So this is my duck. This is a picture taken right after a stressful situation. She left outside of her housing and enclosure because she thought that she's going to feel better in the bushes. So it was stressful to her. Now, because by the way, I have dogs, and my dogs also stressed the duck. They did it very intuitively. Although I still feel that the dogs just wanted me to take away the duck because, well, maybe they were embarrassed that the duck got away. But anyway, the duck was fine. So, what I wanted to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, and today perhaps we decided that due to the delay, we're not going to be watching it now, but please check out the offers of farms that are starting activities that are bordering on using animals also for this form of contact or support, or who just want to enrich the offering of their farm. Now, the farm like this that I would like to present you today is a farm that belongs to my friend, a cheesemaker, Magdalena Lewandowska, and it's called the Śródborska Manufaktura Serów. So at the farm, there are sheep, goats, but fewer. There's also a dog that is in command and may correct wrong behaviors of the herd. There's also donkeys, a pony, and hens. So please go to their website because that website shows examples of unintentional. Now, perhaps many things will change soon, but there are examples of how, by respecting animals, uh, you can get their presence when there are guests visiting. Question is this, I mean, we're making money, right? We are, but the question is it just about making money, and is it just about exerting animals to the point that there's going to be problems? So there are examples. Also, you're going to find contests in specific reels, contests on animals, contests organized by animals, because she is a cheesemaker, that means that an additional advantage that attracts people to see the farm is, for example, the contest for, the sheep of the month. Right, it's a small thing, and it makes people happy. Like every month has its own sticker and a big picture, and then in the store there's a picture of that sheep that won. And of course, in the contest, the people participating are the people visiting the farm and buying in the store. Then there are also workshops with animal presence. She has lavender fields, and she has arts and crafts classes, and she also has classes where they're baking food. And there are also animals there on these classes, but it's only the animals that are well suited for that. In this case, there are donkeys and one sheep and hens. It's really fun. And by the way, it's not like we have to force all the animals to this kind of contact. Now, we cannot count on the fact that in a farm whose main field of activity is different than animal assisted services, we can't hope that we will be working as intensively as with companion animals. But always, the focus is on making sure that that the animals are not harmed emotionally or physically. That should always be our priority, right? So also videos with the participation of animals instead of direct contact. At Magda's farm, the animals are everywhere, including like when you go to the store to shop, on the screen, on the monitor, you will see changing pictures that show the everyday life of the animals. So it's not that you have to have groups of people with them always. I consider this an example of an offering that should and can be developed this way. It doesn't necessarily have to mean that it's all about petting and hugging animals. And, we don't always also have eyes all around our head and we can see everything in these situations. So I would like to leave you with the following thought. First, we need an analysis. We need consideration. We need to check. We need a pen and paper. And I'm not saying that it's possible to calculate everything in every detail, but when we start thinking constructively, we notice things that we weren't thinking of before. It's good to carry out this kind of task before we hurt the animals, the clients. We have to remember the large mass of these animals and their behaviors, or to hurt ourselves. And the hurt can come in various ways. It can be financial, or it can discourage us from any activity like this. We mustn't do that to ourselves or our animals. Now, I love animals, and at my farm, there are many farm animals. However, with farm animals, in terms of their behaviors and in terms of the provisions of law, there are specific requirements. Please bear that in mind and go to the sources. I think, as I said in the beginning, there is an there is a fantastic opportunity because we have owners of such animals here. You can ask them. I think they will admit that they are the ones who have it, and they will want to cooperate with you. We also have people who here in the room who are training farm animals, and I'm looking now at Agata from Etoplanet. So you can benefit from that. I mean, here on this conference, this is also a great place to share experiences. Also, I will be staying here until the rest of the day. So if I can share some of my experiences or insight, or if I can direct you further or show you a specific source where you can find information, I invite you to do that. I'll be here until the end of the day. Thank you very much.
Fine. Thank you. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Unfortunately, I have to turn this off, otherwise I'll start speaking Polish. Just a second. So now I think I can start. I'm Dennis Turner from Switzerland. I'm originally American, no longer American, just Swiss. I'm the director of a private research and educational institute near Zurich, Institute for Applied Ethology and Animal Psychology. It's a partner in the Erasmus Plus program, Animals for People, and we've had a wonderful 3 years, the past 3 years. I'm best known, and I will probably disappoint some of you, as a cat researcher. I've written 10 books on cats and human-cat interactions, but I'm not speaking about cats today, or at least not mainly about cats. You can go to our first e-learning platform in the project, and you will have about, I think, 6 lectures by me on cats, cats in animal-assisted therapy. Just one second, I have to see where I go here. Yes. In this cats in animal-assisted interventions, I'll come back to that word, we talked about the importance of the welfare of cats in this project. the behavioral and psychological needs of cats independently of animal-assisted services, a consideration of the welfare needs during selection of animals for later involvement in AAS as kittens, and then also separately as adult cats, adult animals, either already in the home or from a shelter, and also proper housing at home, in the practice, or in an institution. We also, again, talked about the importance of the welfare of cats. I really appreciated your talk very much. Thank you for that. It was delightful. It's been shown, just 2 points before I go to my main talk today, the importance of welfare. It has been shown that only healthy, well-kept, well-socialized animals can help clients and patients with mental or physical challenges. And these animals must also be accompanied, Magda mentioned that in her talk, by competent guardians who are either themselves qualified AAI specialists or under the supervision of a licensed health or human service professional. But for today, now my main talk is on what's going on in the field of human-animal relationships. Even though I am a cat expert or human-cat interaction expert, I've been the president of most of the international organizations in this field at one time or the other. And I'd like to first talk about some general considerations concerning all animal species. And of course, the literature that I referred to is mostly English language literature, because that's where the science takes place usually. And then in the second part, I will concentrate on farm animals as well. I want to talk first about international organizations. I'll come back to the definitions, actually show the definitions that Magda mentioned in her talk, and some general guidelines. And then I'll talk about research and practice journals, the things that are really making a difference in this field, and some major reference works that I think you probably are already aware of, but I hope if not, I can learn something. In the second part of my talk, I'll be talking about what's going on in farm animal human studies. Again, a little bit about guidelines, answer the question why study farm animal behavior and human farm animal interactions, how and where one can study these, how does the observer influence these interactions, and can that observational bias be minimized? And what have we learned about human farm animal interactions that is relevant to animal-assisted services? And there will be some overlap with the other lectures that we're hearing today. First, international organizations. Probably some of you, most of you, maybe even are aware of IAHIO, the International Association of Human-Animal Interaction Organizations. I was president of this for 15 years at the very beginning, and it has grown tremendously since I stepped down. It now has over 100 member organizations. It's an umbrella organization representing over 100,000 people involved in human-animal interactions or animals in one way or the other. Then there is ISAT, the International International Society for Animal-Assisted Therapy. They might be changing their name before too long. I'll come back to that, but ISAT. And ISAT is essentially a certification of programs, teaching programs, not for animals, of the people involved in this field. And a member of that is the European Society for Animal-Assisted Therapy. I helped write the constitutions of both organizations here. Then we have another very large organization of individuals working in this field, Animal Assisted Intervention International, AAII, and we have a scholarly organization, ISAS, the International Society for Anthrozoology, which is a group of individual scholars, both research scientists as well as we call that Phil two humanities people working on scholarly projects. That's actually one of the oldest societies. They publish the journal Anthrozoals. I'll come back to that in a minute. Those are those organizations. And then we have various national organizations. There's not really an international umbrella organization of green care farms and so forth. And Alina, I think, will be talking about this in her talk later, right after my talk today. So those are the organizations involved. Then in concerning animal welfare, there is the Universities Federation for Animal Welfare. That's publishes the journal Animal Welfare. And we have the largest organization, it used to be called WISPA, WSPA, World Society for the Protection of Animals. Now it's called World Animal Protection. I was on the board and the chief scientist in one of these organizations way back when. I'm talking to you as a dinosaur actually today, as an older person in the field. I would like to mention the definitions that Magda mentioned briefly. This was, and some general guidelines of both two major organizations, IAHIO and AAII. At the initiative of these two organizations, a task force of about 20 individuals from 8 countries around the globe worked for 2 years to reach agreement, finally, on uniform terminology in animal-assisted services. First, we have, and this is the reference also, I think it's probably the QR code that you listed, Magda, here. It's in Human-Animal Interactions, the publication. Ohio is currently implementing these terms with a 2-year grace period for its member organizations. They have 2 years to switch over to the new terminology. And AAII will eventually be changing its name and logo in due course. It takes time and it costs money to do these things. First of all, animal-assisted services, as Magda mentioned, is an umbrella term replacing the word interventions. It's defined as services that are facilitated, guided, or mediated by a health or human service provider or educator who works with and maintains the welfare of a specially qualifying animal to provide therapeutic, educational, supportive, and/or ameliorative processes aimed at enhancing the well-being of humans. Animal-assisted treatment, and we designate this with the X as opposed to animal-assisted therapy, replaces animal-assisted therapy, AAT. In the simplest of terms, AATX is treatment-focused. It refers to a class of mental or physical health professional treatment modalities for which the integration of animals directly or indirectly is a critical component of the treatment approach of the professional. Here are several examples of why we're calling this AATX: animal-assisted occupational therapy, animal-assisted psychotherapy, animal-assisted physiotherapy. This is why it's actually more precise with the treatment modality. Then we have animal-assisted education. I think that's quite clear, refers to any educational program in which animals are integrated, directly or integrated, as a critical component of an ongoing educational process. Depending on the degree and type of training of the AAE provider, the nature of the goals of the program, of the AAE programs, they can be academic, socio-emotional, psychoeducational, cognitive, vocational, and/or personal or organizational development, and may focus on emotional regulation, coping strategies, pro-social skills, and or empathy development. So it's a big bag of different areas. And we have now newly animal-assisted support programs, AASP, which is intended to replace the term animal-assisted activities. This was for some people rather degraded, rather negative animal-assisted activities. That's not really working. And this is intended to elevate the value of these animal-assisted support programs, these visitation programs, that includes only programs in which animals are engaged, directly or indirectly, in activities aimed at supporting and enhancing the well-being of humans. And these programs may have aims that include increased motivation, prevention of loneliness and isolation, reduction of tension and anxiety, distraction from difficult situations, or emotional comfort. Good. Also, Ohio has some guidelines for human and animal well-being in AAI, newly AAS, in the revised 2018 white paper of Ohio. This is available on the website of Ohio. Human well-being safety measures are in place for clients. They have to be in place. Professionals must reduce the risk for clients involved in AAI. Animal handlers need to understand the needs of the recipients involved, and the recipients may have different views about specific animals, including interventions, when the recipient's beliefs, religious, cultural, or otherwise run counter to the recommended animal-assisted service. It's advisable that professionals discuss alternatives with recipients or their families if incapacitated. Animal well-being, I'm not going to talk about because Christine Olson, Dr. Olson, is going to speak later this afternoon, I believe it is, on this topic. But there are also Ohio minimum standards for education and training in AAS, and I'm talking about the people involved. There has to be clear communication of program content and outcomes, and animal-assisted support program training. In this area, this training usually is aimed at volunteers, also often unpaid persons who want to deliver AA support and or work alongside of professionals who lead AATX or AAA. Good. These have to be also the training, just one second, the training in professionally led AAT, AAE, AA coaching. This is aimed at already qualified professionals in the fields of therapy, coaching, education, or medicine wanting to deliver AATX, AAE, or AAC. Fine. The guidelines also IO has on care, training, and welfare requirements for farm animals involved in animal-assisted services. And Christine will also be talking about these, but I just want to mention that these are very important with what you had said before. The guidelines were developed by an international task force of Ohio members and individual experts and relevant organizations working between 2018, 2021, and they are based on a review of evidence of current best practices and research. Ohio strongly recommends consultation of these two documents, What They Need, What They Like, What They Can, by Cornelia Drees and Ingrid Stefan, the Institute for Social Learning with Animals in Wedemark, Germany, and Animals in Social Interventions, number 131, by the German Veterinary Association for Animal Welfare and in Germany. And both of these documents are available in English. Unfortunately, not Polish, I believe, but in English at least, not just in German. Fine. Now considering General guidelines. ISAT also has some, this International Society for Animal Assisted Therapy, Society for Animal Assisted Therapy. There are qualities, they have a list of species for direct interaction in animal assisted services. The qualities and characteristics of species on the positive list, they are general characteristics, and there are negative qualities, characteristics of species of animals not to be involved in direct interactions with clients. And I think Christine will also be mentioning these in her talk. Note that what is very important, that non-domesticated wild animals in their natural habitats and such animals in zoos and centers for rehabilitation purposes, which follow international zoo animal welfare standards, may be observed and reflected upon without interventional contact, without direct contact with the animal in animal-assisted programs. Now, concerning research and practice journals in this area, the most important ones are, as I said, Anthrozoos from the International Society for, it's the oldest journal for anthrozoology. Then PAGE, People and Animals International, the Journal of Ohio. On the Ohio website, one can get to this journal. It's an international journal for research and practice. Ohio places quite a bit of emphasis on combining researchers and practitioners in the same field. The Human-Animal Interaction Bulletin from the American Psychological Society is listed here. Then we have, for more humanities work, Society and Animals, also from the Animals and Society Institute. That includes theological, historical aspects of animal interaction. And the last one at the bottom here are various green care journals, magazines from green care farms. I'd like to just mention those. In animal behavior, there are two very important in animal welfare journals. One is the Applied Animal Behavior Science Journal, and the other is Animal Welfare from the University's Federation for Animal Welfare, UFAW. These two journals have regularly articles about scientific research on animal welfare. Major works in the area that I'd like to mention, and I've been around in this field for quite a few years. One of the first major works was from James Serpol, in The Company of Animals. That may have even been translated already into Polish. I don't know. It's available in a number of languages. There are general considerations about human-animal relations. More recently, Hal Herzog, Professor Herzog, wrote a very interesting book, Some Animals We Love, Some We Hate, and Some We Eat. And it is an attempt to explain these differences in how people approach animals and what they think about animals. And then on domestic animal behavior and welfare, we have Broom and Fraser's, is mostly from Don Broom, originally from David Fraser. Domestic animal behavior and welfare, that's a very important work. And we have also Farm Animal Behavior Characteristics for Assessment of Health and Welfare by CABI. We have Catherine Haupt's at Cornell University, Domestic Animal Behavior for Veterinarians and Animal Scientists. And it just appeared last week, the 6th edition of Handbook on Animal-Assisted Therapy. It's highly recommended. In 6 editions, it means it's from Aubrey Fine, plus a number of other co-editors and so forth. This I just received last week as well. So those are the major works. And we have one more, most importantly for AAI work with farm animals, is, as I mentioned, Cornelia Drace's and Ingrid Stefan's, What We Need, What We Like, and What We Can Do from this Institute for Social Learning with Animals in Germany. They also publish the journal Tiergestützt, but that's only in German. The book, the handbook, is available in English. I think it's only costs about 10 euros or something like that. That brings me to animal welfare and what's going on in farm animal behavior and farm animal human studies. Why study farm animal behavior, human farm animal interactions? Well, we need to know what is normal behavior and what is abnormal behavior. The reference usually for this decision are free-land, free-ranging animals and the differences when they're in captivity. That's very important for animal welfare studies, especially we can look at the effects of housing conditions. We can look at and learn about stress signals of the various species. We also need to understand the importance of taming, habituation, and possibly socialization to humans for later work in AAI or AAS. How and where can we study these topics? Well, we can do this ethological and reflective observations of behavior and interactions at a distance. We can do that. I am an ethologist, so I know that I prefer this method. We can do preference studies for housing conditions. We can do comparative studies, and we can do, that's more recent, challenge the animals so that they have to work to show what they prefer. Also, there are various methods that we can apply in this area. We can study them where? On farms, on pastures, in enclosures, and on research farms, such as the ones that we visited in Romania last month. How does the observer influence these interactions and behavior? And can that influence of behavior of the observer be minimized? The answer is yes. There are various ways. Almost always the observer influences the animal's behavior. It's almost impossible to eliminate, but we can, because of prior acquaintance or lack of acquaintance with the human, but we can also, the observer effects can be minimized by what we call habituation. That's one way. Standardizing the observer behavior in all under comparative conditions, same observer behavior under this and another condition. We can do remote observations of behavior using video or hidden observation out of a blind and so forth. However, I have to warn anybody that's not an animal behavior specialist, video analysis takes about 3 to 4 times more time than direct observations and recordings. It takes a lot of time, but it has the advantage that you can look at the recording a number of times. What have we learned about human farm animal interactions that is relevant to AAI? There's some overlap with my colleagues' lectures. I apologize for that. We have information, we have learned information about the normal behavior of many farm animal species. I'm reminded of my, unfortunately, very early deceased colleague, Alex Stolba, who was able to show in Scotland, he's Swiss, but he was in Scotland for his postdoc, that when you release domesticated swine, pigs, into the forest, they show almost identical behavior today to the wild boar, almost identical. So we can learn a lot by these observations. There's some information about optimal housing conditions. It's the basis actually for most animal protection laws and ordinances. That's also available. There's some information about the effects of contact, interactions with humans on behavior and productivity. Also, if you handle cattle more gently, cows do not respond well to violent or aggressive handling, and the stress related to this can put them off their milk production. This is a study from the University of Pretoria. They also showed that cows soothed by classical music, it lowers their stress levels and they produce more milk. Laying hens, as another example, were more productive when they showed less, when they showed less avoidance behavior of humans, and when the humans made less noise in the laying houses. So there are some effects on productivity. Mostly we have qualitative information on the effects of contact or interactions with farm animals on human client quality of life and well-being. We suspect it, we see it, but seeing a laugh or a smile is not necessarily what convinces doctors that it's useful. Further on this, we've learned some things, but certainly not enough. We need more research on the effects of interacting with farm animals on clients of all ages, of different ages. We need more studies on the best housing conditions for the welfare of the farm animals, and we need more information on the optimal mechanics, the duration and frequency of encounters, interactions between clients and farm, as well as companion animals, for the well-being and welfare of both the animals and the humans. Thank you. I don't know whether we do have some time for questions, I think, if I remember correctly. Thank you. Are there any questions? Second, I have to make sure I'm listening again. Hello?
Do we have any questions? So I'm a psychotherapist. I'm very interested in the topic of where I can find more information on the impact of psychotherapy, or rather how animals can participate in psychotherapy. But I'm interested in the impact on the welfare of animals. I mean, so I would like to know from the other angle. Maybe you can give me recommendations of publications or research on the impact that it has on animals.
You can, okay. Yes, I can recommend the book by, it's unfortunately in German though, just one second. I'm just trying to think. In the book by, edited by Aubrey Fine, there are a number of chapters in there on psychotherapy with animals and also effects of how it affects the animals. The Japanese researchers, I was a professor in Japan for 15 years, and I have colleagues that work there, and they have been able to show a correlation between, or a correspondence between certain psychiatric anomalies, also problems in humans that the animals also have, or that they gain when they interact with animals. The Japanese are leading in this area of research, but I think Hidehiko Utsuyama in the Fine book has a chapter or an article about this effect. We do have a number of people, 1/3 of the psychotherapeutic practices, also private practices in the United States, have animals, not necessarily farm animals, but have animals involved in their practices. And that's a hell of a lot. 1/3 of the practices. They're not necessarily directly involved in the psychotherapeutic process, but they're there and they're very instrumental in success rates there. That, and I myself have worked in, and also one of my master's students in the university psychiatric clinic. There's practically no psychiatric clinic, private or public, in Europe that doesn't have at least cats on the grounds or even in the buildings. The psychiatrists know that the animals have a positive effect. For we scientists, it's very difficult to prove the effect, though. They are well aware of it and they use it all the time, but we need more research in this area as well. Okay.
Dzień dobry.
Good morning. So, I have the pleasure of being a graduate and alumni of this department several years ago. But I would like to ask you about farm animals, in interactions with people, and in broadly understood therapy. Now, because by definition, we should allow the animal to display natural behaviors. However, the work of a zoo technician, among others, is about herd management. So it's also about avoiding certain natural behaviors that may lead to, well, the self destruction and self harm of these animals and the whole herd. This means that the goats will be hitting each other as long until they're going to maybe kill each other. I mean, that's just an example. And pigs can bite each other to death. Now, this, of course, may be caused by external factors, but it doesn't necessarily have to be so. So, my question to you is, how does that relate to these displays of natural behaviors? Because this actually means that not all of these so-called natural behaviors should be let go and condoned sometimes.
That's a very, really good point, and I'm glad that I got this question, because when I referred to, or when most people out in the world society refer to the importance of being able to show natural behavior, that is during the housing, the way they're housed and so forth, not necessarily during sessions. But your point is very valid. Can they show natural behaviors when they're involved in the therapeutic session? We have now a very important, I don't know whether Christine or Alina will be mentioning this, we have a very important push in this field of animal-assisted services for consent and choice, and what was the third one? That the animal has to be willing and want to show that it wants to work with you or wants to participate in society. And if the animal doesn't do that, forget it. And we do have some evidence that if you don't respect that, it doesn't work. The therapy doesn't work. So we still have a long way to go and I really appreciated your talk on this. There are, and especially with all the regulations that are counterproductive to what we would like to do. But I was an advisor for 2 commissars in the EU, health and research, and we are trying to find a certain way of getting around some of these problems that you mentioned while still taking care of the welfare of the animals. But it's very difficult, and it's also very difficult because by the time you get 27 nations, Switzerland not included, but 27 nations to agree to something, it can take decades. It can take decades. Sorry, I don't know whether one of you would like to answer that also or not, or your talk later. Okay. Do we still have, yeah, we still have time. Okay.
Yes, I have a question in the context of recommendations of sources, because I'm a student of the school, and I would like to know where I can potentially look for sources on the welfare of alpacas and how you can work with alpacas in therapy. Do you have sources on that?
Yes, sorry. There is several of my students have actually worked in this area on using alpacas and also the stress signals of alpacas. Stress signals of alpacas are very misunderstood by a lot of alpaca farmers, or at least that want to work with alpacas in therapy. If you send me an email, I don't have the resource right here, but if you send me an email, just Google Dennis Turner and you'll get my email. I can put you in touch with somebody who's really an expert on that, okay? I do answer emails, usually within 10 seconds when I'm home. Okay, but it's a good point. Alpaca work, a lot of people, alpaca trekking and alpaca is coming up very rapidly in the area, but it's also problematic if you don't recognize the stress signals. I actually have a video which I'm allowed to send you. I'm not allowed to publish it, but I'm allowed to send you where she explains the stress signals of alpacas in this work. Okay. Any other questions? Somewhere.
Ja mam takie pytanie.
I have a question that is going to narrow it down to the triangular relationship between the animal therapist and patient, because how do we study this actually? And do we have any sources that study this field specifically? You know, when we consider this relationship where we have a pair, but actually it's a triangular pair, and how do we approach it to ensure that it's professional?
Very important point. And I can refer you to Professor Karen Hediger. She's now at the University of Lucerne in Switzerland. And her paper is on the triangular versus the diamond model of this area. And she's actually conducting research on that particular aspect. You can send me an email also, and I can just remind me, Karen Hediger, and I'll send you her contact details. It is being studied, and Karen is one of the best researchers I consider in the world in this field, not just for this topic. She is the head of the program at Rehab in Basel and at the University of Basel and now at the University of Lucerne. She's a psychologist actually by training and clinical psychologist as well.
Myślę, że to będzie ostatnie pytanie.
So I think this will be our last question, and we're going to go on our break. Yes, I have a question concerning, is there any research on, you know, what ailments, what medical conditions, what diseases, and should be used for specific, what animals should be used for specific cases? I mean, do we have like this classification that people with Alzheimer's should, you know, go to animal therapy with hens, and people with Down syndrome should be working with donkeys? I mean, is that being studied, or is that always unique?
Again, an excellent but a very common question. Some people would say, yes, we have evidence. I'm an editor of 3 journals. That it's not improved, but we need more research here, very much more research, because it's an important question. Okay, sorry, that's the answer.
I have a question about transportation and the impact of transportation on animals. And are animal therapy animals used mostly in their pasture or enclosure, so where their home is normally? Because probably in such a place they would show fewer stress signals, but you know, there could be a challenge transporting them, right? When they're reaching whatever place they're going to, a hospital or a daycare center. I mean, very often it happens that an animal reaches a given destination stressed. So, I mean, how do we make that work? I mean, what do we do if an animal is too stressed through transportation that, you know, we shouldn't be working with that animal anymore?
Again, an excellent question, and you were mentioning this in your first talk today. It is stressful. The animals normally, but the animal can be habituated to that if it's begun early and regularly, but there's still an element of stress involved always. And I'm a big opponent. I have seen films on television. I appear myself on quite often in television of alpacas or whatever, donkeys visiting old people's homes up on the third floor and so forth. I think it's ridiculous, and I think it should be forbidden. They can be habituated to do it. They can be prepared to do it, but it's so unnatural. I'd prefer to use the farm animals in the natural setting or in an enclosure with people either just visiting, viewing them, observing them, or if they're habituated to being stroked, okay, the contact can be there. But we have to be extremely careful about stressing the animals, and all it takes is one accident in a nursing home or in a hospital. I've seen actually donkeys in hospitals, which is absolutely absurd. And it's not because of hygienic reasons, because of stress of the animals and also of the patients, not to mention patients as well. I think we do need stronger regulations on what is being done with these animals. I agree with you. It's not proper. Okay? Was that the answer you were looking for? Okay, fine.
Ja mam
So I have a question because I admit that I also love horses, and there's miniaturization of horses to making them suitable as therapy animals for people. Are you for or against that?
I'm against any overbreeding of any species of animals, and we have this in dogs, especially in dogs. We're not quite as far off or badly with cats because we've learned from the mistakes that the dog breeders have made. And with miniature horses, just so that they can go into a facility or for therapy work, you have to always think, this is where we need the veterinarians who also look at the physiology and the behavior of the highly bred selected animals. I'm not saying it's automatic that the miniature horses are not in good shape. I'm not a vet. I teach it. I have taught at 3 veterinary schools, but I'm not a veterinarian, so I can't say it. I can say a few things about that. We have over 400 congenital diseases in dogs that have been bred by the breeders. The diseases have been propagated by the breeders. This is why in Crufts, the largest dog show in the world, in England, all of the sponsors after one television show dropped out of the game for 2 years until the breeding associations of dogs changed their policies. And like I said, cat breeders are not really better, but we've learned from the mistakes. I'm not a cat breeder, but we've learned from the mistakes of the dog breeders. That cats have not been bred as long as selected as long as dogs, and they've been selected only for appearance, not really for behavior. Dogs have been selected for both appearance and behavior. I probably would not be in favor of it, but I don't know the behavior of the miniature ponies, but I assume there will be some problems involved in miniaturization, but I'm not an expert on that, so can't answer. Okay. Okay.
Okej. Wydaje się, że
Okay, it seems that we've exhausted the subject, so I would like to invite you to a break and thank you very much to the professor for a very interesting lecture and for answering all the questions. It's always a great opportunity to learn, to listen to your lectures. So the break is until 12:30. At 12:30, we're meeting here for a lecture by Professor Alina Russo.
Niżej ten target. Super, i marchewka.
You will say something or no? I should just start. Hello, everyone. Welcome back from the coffee break. And we have the green light from Mikal over there to start. I am Alina Rusu from Romania, one of the partners of our project, which was an amazing project. And now we start to feel melancholic that is finishing. Not yet. And I will be talking about concepts and benefits of farm animal assisted services. As my previous colleagues already said, services will be used in an interchangeable manner with interventions, or in this case, we talk about human-animal interactions. Yeah, I hope. Very shortly about my background, because probably like some of you, I am an interdisciplinary researcher and educator. And I graduated biology. I understand that we are here in the animal science faculty of animal sciences, which is amazing because I recognized a lot of concepts and approaches from which we are also using. I am currently professor at the Faculty of Animal Sciences, or zootechny, and biotechnologies at the University of Agricultural Sciences and Veterinary Medicine in Cluj-Napoca. And because I see a lot of students here, but also teachers, this is an invitation to do some Erasmus mobilities. Maybe some of you already did it with our university. Right now, we do have one student from Poland that is enrolled as an Erasmus student in animal behavior and welfare program that combines psychological approaches with animal sciences and veterinary medicine in the study of animal behavior in relation to animal welfare and positive animal welfare, which we will discuss it a bit later. I'm teaching animal psychology, animal cognition and consciousness, animal-assisted interventions. I got the virus, the positive virus from Dennis long time ago, from Professor Turner, when I was doing my PhD in animal behavior in Switzerland. And there it was the first time that I heard about animal-assisted therapy at that time and animal-assisted activities. And I do not regret at all that I started to focus my research and education in this field. Being a psychologist and a biologist, it's quite easy to understand what is happening, or to try to understand what is happening on the animal side and human side. And I am coordinator of the academic coordinator of a recently developed program master entitled Ethology and Human, which is Ethology and Human Animal Interaction. Now we are at the fourth generation of the students, and we have students that are already working in NGOs, like is the case of this beautiful organization that is hosting the conference in collaboration with the university. And we have students that are, for example, farmers, veterinary doctors, dog instructors, and working in animal protection, lawyers. So there are students coming from all over the fields, including translators, and thank you for the beautiful work that you are doing, journalists. So actually we have a lot of students interested in this understanding and promoting of animal welfare, animal well-being, but also the approach of one health, one welfare, so in what they are doing. Recently, I became an IAHIO member. I will not insist about IAHIO. Just I will show you one or two slides because it is our duty to come back to their goals and missions, which can be always improved by our voices. This is a short presentation of the master program I was telling you about. I actually moved from a larger university to this smallest university 3 years ago, just because they were open to the idea of developing and and giving the freedom to this master program to become an academic training program for future policymakers, future professionals, and people able to collaborate with all the others involved in this field of animal care. Even if we do animal assisted services, we always have in mind the concept of architecture of care. It depends on us how we work with animals and we work with other peoples in a very safe manner. So that's the motto of our master program: get involved, learn to be responsible and empathetic. But in empathy here, it's it involves the cognitive part, also the emotions, how to recognize the emotions in animals, but also their abilities to make decisions. How do we reflect upon our decisions, and this reflects on our attitudes and behaviors toward people, animals, and the environment. So what the content of the presentation is based on the outcomes of our project. It was a pleasure, joy, and sometimes coming out of our comfort zones when working to elaborate these brochures, these materials. I understand that in our bags we have the brochure in Polish, but we'll also have the English version. And this brochure is on animal involvement recommendations. So recommendation, this means that we will take into account the feedback that comes from you. By the way, all the questions that you asked so far are very valid, and it shows that, they show that you understand the topics that are being presented here and you express concerns. So this is a recommendation for involving cats and farm animals in animal assisted services. Just as a small joke, the acronym for our project in the internal community that we built here was FAT CAT. Farm animal therapy and farm animal assisted therapy and cat animal assisted therapy. So yeah, we will remember for the whole life that we were part of the Fat Cat community. This is the Ohio Association. I used to be regional representative. Here you can see it's my person there with my cat, which I found it 3 years ago. Like probably, many people find cats that are being thrown away near a garbage area. So there's this saying that cats are finding you. Yeah, it happened in my case. And now she is there as a support animal. But I'm hoping that we are always also her support humans as part of a multi-species family. And here you can see, as Professor Turner already talked, a lot of guidelines, recommendation, white papers in research, training, involvement of animals in various practices by taking into account, of course, indicators of welfare, needs, and we will talk today about what animals want. And many of you, veterinary students or students in animal sciences, are being taught about models of animal welfare, of animal quality of life, and so on. Okay, so we will see that when we design and plan animal assisted services, we also take into account not only the needs, but also the desires of animals, the motivation to express, as Professor Denis Turner has already said, control, choice, agency, preferences, play, exploration, and so on. And those, let's say, natural behaviors that were mentioned earlier, again, they are context dependent. And it's like a circle, yeah, you let the animals express the natural behaviors, but in such way not to harm each other and not to harm the environment, not to harm the humans that are present there. Here, don't worry, you will get the slides, okay? And this is a very nice summary that was circulated at Ohio conference nearly 1 month ago, I think, yeah, and a half, and in Romania at our university. And here it was already presented, and I think, Christina, you will probably come back a bit about these terms. Otherwise, it's not a problem. You can see here the working definitions, but they were very nicely and detailed presented by Professor Turner. So we talk about animal-assisted treatment. Treatment is what is you get within a therapy, but you can have multiple treatments in a therapeutic plan. And here we have, among others, occupational therapy. Just keep in mind about, this occupational therapy, because I will come back to it. Then we have animal-assisted education. And here you find, among others, the barn care programs. You already pointed out that we should not remove any farm animals from their familiar and non-stressful environment. And here we can debate, because I had a very nice conversation in the break, that sometimes the environment for some animals is not the appropriate, and maybe they, we save them by taking them away from that environment. But in an environment described by Professor Boruta, for example, I'm assuming that the goats are feeling good where they are, and taking them, even if you are, you assure the perfect transportation, still creates some anxiety related to leaving the place that you know, that you are familiar. So therefore, when we do animal-assisted education, for example, in our farm that belongs to the university, probably also have such a farm, I'm not sure, but I'm assuming that there is. We take individuals or groups of people to come there. And actually, the picture that is in the opening of the conference with some teachers and children that are visiting the cows, you've noticed, is a picture taken at the farms of our University of Agricultural Sciences and Veterinary Medicine during that Green Week. I don't know if you have it here in Poland. You have 1 week per semester when the children have to learn to discover animals, environment, and how to behave in a respectful manner, and learn about sustainability. Probably you have something like that, the Green Week. So that's included by the Ministry of Education in Romania. We also have some good news. It was approved as an elective class for pre-university environment, meaning like 6, 7 grades, like children from 12 to 14 years old, to choose to take part into a class once per week, which is called The Hour with and for Animals, which is amazing in terms of animal welfare education, animal cruelty prevention, and preparedness to receive animals in types of therapeutic and educational plans. How do we prepare the young generation for that? And then we have animal-assisted support programs, animal-assisted activities, and these animal-assisted support programs or activities, they can be included in all the other categories: animal-assisted education, animal-assisted treatment. In these animal-assisted support programs, you see the visiting, isn't it? Some of you are practicing this. Where are the yellow t-shirt people? I see some of them that are working with Magda and the other colleagues. So it's a good start, but still animals have to be evaluated, checked for their, preparedness, readiness to perform this type of visiting programs or activities. And of course, somebody asked about what about the effect of animal-assisted psychological counseling or psychotherapy on animals. And Professor Turner said that there are some investigations, and Karin Hediger from Switzerland works a lot on this. But some of you probably already know that APA, the American Psychological Association, has a special division on sharing literature, an example of good practices. You can access it for free. They also have this publication, and you will find a lot of data there. So I stole this picture from Christine, but you see that the source is there. So it's actually borrowed because I liked it very much. You know, you put it also the title there. That was apart from our camp on farm animal assisted therapy, where we learn a lot from each other, because talking to each other is essential, communication in this field. So we had people from Poland, from Switzerland, from Norway, from Romania. Here are some of my colleagues. Yeah, and that's me. Okay, and the cows. So we are there at the farm of our university. And it was an amazing, amazing outcome of the project to create this network of people that can communicate to each other about the problems they encounter, to see how a lot of interventions were tailored based on the animals, rescue animals, for example, like we have in Romania a program where donkeys are being rescued for being abused by some people, you know, that they tend to use them too much for carrying stuff. And donkeys are included in an animal assisted and therapy and education program together with inmates from a nearby prison. But before, the people that are working with these donkeys are very well trained psychologists, social workers, that they also have knowledge in animal assisted services. So concepts in farm animal assisted services, I will, some of them you already heard about in the previous talks. They are usually found in the literature within this frame, green care farms. Green care farms. So we have care, nurturing, offering care, being responsible. If you want to be responsible toward animals, you have to have knowledge about their behavior. And this is on the needs and the wants. Therefore, people are insisting so much in collaboration with universities. You know, people, sometimes you will find also practitioner in the universities. You can be an associate professor, a tenure professor, but you also do volunteering with your dog. I'm just giving an example, or with your cat. Or you just help other NGOs. We do have a lot of collaboration with non-governmental organizations that are doing animal-assisted services. So green care frame is this umbrella concept that includes approaches in relation to what nature provides in terms of health and well-being to the people. But nature includes also other people, animals, other beings, and of course the physical environment. So that's about the nature. And here, in case you are interested in this green care approach, if you are interested about a lot of publications that were summarized by some authors, I am highly recommending you this review, Animal Assisted Interventions in a Green Care Framework. It is quite recent, of Gallard and colleagues. And here, farm animal assisted services are highly connected with occupational therapy, doing something meaningful, seeing, you know, that you can reach the objectives. And this is highly connected with another concept. I will present it immediately, which is called self-efficacy. And I don't know whether we have psychologists in the room. I think we have, isn't it? Is someone that is studying psychology or has graduated psychology? Yeah, there you are. So we work one. Hello. Okay. Hello, mate. Two. Hello. Oh, we have a club. So good. So now we are more, and we know that we work a lot with the concept of self-efficacy, isn't it? Which is connected with a lot of therapeutic interventions, either individual or group interventions. Because animals can be included either one by one, okay, I mean face-to-face in one-to-one, or in group interventions. So occupational therapy, it is defined very simple, like client or beneficiary oriented health profession concerned with promoting health and well-being through occupation, through doing something that you see the objectives, and of course you respect a lot of ethical principles when doing that. So the beneficiaries are usually involved in this simple animal care, apparently simple, because there also you have to be very cautious, that those who are grooming the animals know what to do, and you explain about the sentience of the animals, that they can feel, okay? Do they need the grooming? You do not force an animal to be groomed just because you have this objective in your plan. And you necessarily have to work on this motor fine coordination in that specific hour. This is a mistake that I see quite often in relation to the enthusiasm that Professor Boruta mentioned. That people get carried off by their enthusiasm and they want to do everything as planned. And the animals says through the whole body, do not groom me anymore, please, please, I want to leave, okay, it's too much. Or do not hug me and do not content me. That's not what I want, So these are the animal caretaking activities which have to be considered from the perspective of animal needs and animal welfare too. Okay, so who benefits from these farm animal assisted services? You will find some more information in the brochure and in the online class that Magda mentioned in the beginning. There are some two presentations provided by my colleague Line. She's sitting right here. And she also talks about this care, green care approach on care farms, and about all the elements that have to be considered when we design these types of activities. And she, in those lectures, she also talks about the benefits from various perspectives. How can we see them? And I will try to summarize some of them, okay? So, humans, you will find a lot of scientific papers, okay, reports on the benefits on physical, mental health. We can have categories of persons with various disabilities, psychopathologies. That means that you work hand in hand with other professionals. You cannot do, I'm just taking my dog, he is a certified therapy dog, and I'm the therapist, but I have no ideas about the needs of the client or the beneficiary, okay? And which is usually involved in another 1 or 2 treatments. So the beneficiary usually has a therapeutic plan that might include the animals. Okay, then we can have people with generalized anxiety of a specific form of anxiety, poor social inclusion, that were abused in a way or another, affected by addiction and many others, and also elderly persons. And here again, we collaborate with those who are taking care of them. And there are a lot of inclusion criteria for the beneficiaries, also for the animals. Then, surprisingly, in the review published in 2021, there are only very, very few indications about the ways the animals were included in these farm animal assisted services. It's like the animals are there. If you have a farm, you are entitled to let the animals, being petted, being taken care of, or of the beneficiaries that are visiting the farm, or you just bring the animals to, some institutionalized people and do various activities. So here we identify together with my colleagues, and we discussed about this identified gap in knowledge, the needs of also taking into account the welfare of the animals. And it was already mentioned about, their abilities to choose to control as much as possible the situation. Care farm approach goes hand in hand with the green farm approach, refers to the use of farms and agricultural landscapes for the promotion of human health, social inclusion, so it's quite similar, okay, and educational benefits through farm activity. This is, the definition offered like nearly 13 years ago, okay, 40 years ago, but there are many, many other publications. So we talk about research-informed, evidence-based data of this approach, of the care farm approach. So here you always have people that know how to work with the animals. They have procedural knowledge. Okay, so they do not let the beneficiaries alone to interact with the animals, with the farm animals. So here are some papers I can, Magda, if you want, I have all the papers downloaded, but it's easy to find them, and you will, I think they will receive the slides, isn't it, the presentation? Please feel free to do that. Okay, sorry, I'm too, oh, yeah. And here, actually, when I look at the authors, you know, those who wrote the publication after the IHIO conference in Romania, I had a surprise to find out, you know, that actually I know I get the chance to meet the author of these papers while they were in September at the IHIO conference in Romania. And I don't know if you remember, Magda, those of you were there at the conference, this guy, Ales Sargsyan, remember him? He gave a talk about inclusion of ducks. Yeah, Mac. The inclusion of ducks. You don't have to translate that. Okay, thank you. And it was amazing, you know, but what are the needs of the ducks, you know, how to do it, not to stress them. Somebody talked about, you know, a duck that was chased by a dog, and then you said that you saved the duck. So yeah, when we include, we try not to operate with the verb to use animals, but rather to include animals and animal-assisted services. You know, we look at the needs of the species, but also of each individual. So we go beyond the species, we go to individuals and the history of the individual, traumatic histories, and so on and so forth, okay? So you can find a lot of really nice publications. I'm encouraging you to go through them. So these are pictures from my university. She is Simona, her name. Some of you met her during the IHIO conference. She always saves very, let's say, farm animals that have, from a veterinarian point of view, they don't have chances to live, you know, so they would usually euthanize. But she manages, being a veterinarian, to save these animals, and they become resident animals in our campus. So now we have a donkey that was nearly dead, okay, a sheep, we have female horse that was recent, now she's 5 months old, and she didn't have too much chances, you know, to live, but she's safe and sound. She loves all the students, and there is an agreement, you know, from the other offices and director's office that the animals can be considered resident animals, which helps a lot also, you know, not only the veterinary students to directly interact with them, but under the supervision of Simona, of course, because too much petting, too much interaction might, you know, harm the animals. So she's very careful, and they have a schedule where the animals are, you know, eating the grass, the roses in the campus, and many other things. And people can also interact sometimes from distance. You know, they just observe the behavior, the grazing behavior of a horse, the grazing behavior of a sheep. And Christina, you met one of the animals. We even have a picture. So when talking about what's happening when we interact in a positive way with the animals, we have some explanatory frames. Mechanism models. So I will just summarize them, but you can find them in many papers, okay? And I will just go through them a bit. And then I will close my presentation with some recent models on human-animal interaction and on the application of the models of animal quality in designing quality of life, in designing animal-assisted services. So there are theories from ethology, anthrozoology, all that deals with all the type of interaction between humans and animals, evolutionary sciences, evolutionary biology, evolutionary psychology. There are many approaches. And we talk about psychological, social, physiological benefits of positive human-animal interaction on both humans and animals. That's the next. So most of these theories, that's my cat when she was a bit younger, most of these theories refer to these intrinsic qualities of the animal just by being present. Because, you know, being fluffy and cute, if it has a good quality of life, okay? Imagine that you want to talk about this day to your friends, and some of your friends said, oh, you come again with this enthusiasm of talking about animals, leave me alone. And one of the friends leaves, okay? So that means that he, she, they are not available right there for discussion. But if I go home and my dog or my cat sees me, they will approach me, so I will immediately process, you know, the availability, physical, behavioral, and emotional, if I'm not an abusive guardian of the animal, okay? So these intrinsic qualities of the animal are considered that they trigger all the other effects, you know, that are cited in the literature and documented in the literature. So this proximity, just be there, listen to me. You don't have to say anything. And this is a proxy in psychotherapy, isn't it? Sometimes, you know, our counselors are just there, sitting there, and tell me more. Okay. So we, you know, seeing someone who is available makes you feel calmer. It helps you to self-regulate emotionally and behaviorally. So that it's one of the proxies that it is quite, yeah, we still have time, that it is quite vehiculated in the literature. Then we have the biophilia hypothesis. Now, I'm not sure whether, Dennis, did you mention it? Or I will just, yeah. So the biophilia hypothesis is, you know, you will find it in many, many papers. And it is quite old, I would say. It refers to that genetically based propensity to attend to be attracted to other living organisms. So it refers to social species. So species of animals that have a social life. So you don't have to consider that this attraction is necessarily positive. It's rather curiosity. You know, it has a neutral valence, but through education, and I'm talking here about all types of education, formal, non-formal, informal, we can bring a positive valence to this tendency to be attracted as a curiosity to other forms of life. Okay, so that's, and this biophilia hypothesis supports the positive effects of nature-assisted activities, you know, and you will find some papers on the restorative power at level of executive attention of nature. When you just walk, you know, in a green space, and you just stare at a leaf or at a tree like this, you know, your executive attention tends to restorate, to become functional, you know, because you are just in a mindful moment, a moment where you are just grounded there, watching an element of nature. Okay, so that's Dr. Wilson. He is not with us anymore physically, and he was actually an entomologist, and he wrote also many papers and books on social organization of animal biosociology, social biology, sorry. So he explained a lot about how animals, you know, based on the social organization, they are also able to interact to each other. Okay, now I go back. The self-efficacy, I'm not insisting on this because all of you are aware about self-efficacy. It's the belief that you can succeed and you can successfully produce the desired outcomes of your actions. And it is highly related to the activities that we can design when we work with farm animals, in farm animal assisted services. So not that we will have only enhanced self-efficacy, but also a series of competencies, abilities can be developed. And of course, we target the coping strategies, the ability, you know, to grow up after a trauma, you know, to go and to move on, to be resilient. So next, we have this emotional and behavioral synchronization model, and I'm sure many of you have already seen it. It is about oxytocin. Now, in Cluj at Ayahayo conference, we had it was the Golden Lion, I'm allowed to say like that. We had one of the main authors, Kerstin Ufnas-Möberg. She's highly cited, and she presented, this oxytocin model, and the fact that when we have positive social interactions with other humans, so in interpersonal relationships, but also with animals, our brain produces oxytocin, okay, which is it's not that heavy in terms of molecular weight, and actually it is being produced not only in humans but also in animals with the conditions to assure the character of positivity, to have safe and positive social interactions. And this oxytocin interacts with the circulating stress hormones, and it makes us, feel better, calmer, and helps us to self-regulate, but also the animals. So this synchronization has been studied in, especially in dogs. I think there are some studies in cats. They just started to do it, and I'm not sure about the farm animals. I couldn't find this. So if you had the question in mind, what about farm animals? We don't know. It's your turn. You should do it. And we are here to provide the literature. And now I'm citing one of the books coordinated by Professor Dennis Turner, Attachment to Pets, because the attachment theory, which is studied by psychologists from the first year, okay, and there are many authors on related to attachment. So in this case, it is proven that animals, like humans in our interpersonal communication, animals meet the conditions to form attachment bonds from our part to them, but also from them to us, exactly. So they meet the conditions of proximity, seeking, they can refer to us as a secure base when they feel stressed or something happened, they turn to us, okay? How many times you've seen your dog seeing something, or the cat, and then returning to you as a secure base, as a safe haven. And also many animals, they show separation anxiety. And now this separation anxiety applies not only in relation of an animal to a human, but for example, if you have at home several cats, dogs, and they have a very good connection, they know each other. If you separate one animal from this multi-specific group, they can manifest separation anxiety, like in the case when we separate the animal from the human. So it becomes complicated to manage a multi-species family sometimes. Good. And of course, animals are related to this perceived social support. There are studies showing that children tend to disclose emotionally rather to cats or to dogs that they trust, instead of presenting their problems to adults, even if they are significant adults in their lives. So these are some studies showing that animals included in the formation of therapeutic relationships help children to talk about their problems, especially in the case of sexually abused children. The biopsychosocial model of health. Don't worry, I'm not insisting on all these components, but we are not alone when we interact with the animals around us, because we come from a family, from a culture, from a society. All the ancestors are behind us, okay? Whatever we learn from school and so on, it shapes our ways of interacting with animals in the present. So from the perspective of this model, health, one health of animals, but also of people, is a result of combination, and the health of the environment, combination of biological, psychological, and social factors. This model supports a lot the need of taking into account, when we talk about animal-assisted services and farm animal-assisted services, the effects of human-animal interaction on both humans and animals. Okay, so it is a kind of integrative, multidimensional model. Now I present to you a very interesting project. It's a COAST project, and because we are here in the room, COAST is a partnership project funded by European funds. And I'm asking the teachers, because I'm not sure about the students or researchers, whether some of you is part of this closed project, which is called Lifting Farm Animals' Lives, Laying the Foundation for Positive Animal Welfare. The acronym is LIFT. It provides a lot of free information, free resources for all of you. Okay, I'm just checking the time. Or Magda, will you give me a sign when I don't want to go over the time? Okay, okay, good, good. I'm good. I will also leave time for some discussions. So, lifting farm animals' lives. So, isn't it interesting that people from zootechny, animal husbandry, animal sciences, veterinary medicine, together with philosophers, anthropologists, biologists, ethologists, started to think about positive animal welfare, not only about animal welfare. That means that we are assisting to a revolution in this approach to animal welfare, because it goes beyond minimizing negative experiences. It goes to the providing of animals with opportunities to express their agency, the ability to choose, to control the environment, the social environment, the physical one, to express meaningful emotional engagement. So that's the project already has enters the third year, and it really takes into account all the stakeholders from many, many countries. There are like, I don't know, 280 participants in this partnership. And one of the papers that came out of this project, because people, when they are involved in such a partnership network, they start to publish together. And this is called the agency domain and behavioral interactions. Well, when we talk about farm animal assisted services and animal assisted services, it is about behavioral interactions, isn't it? So what's with this agency domain? It's about assessing positive animal welfare of the animals that are involved in all type of human controlled, okay, design, plan interactions by using the 5 domains model of animal welfare. And I will shortly explain what they want to do here. I'm not presenting the whole paper. I just created 2 slides. Don't worry. Okay. So here they take into account not only the needs, but also the wants of the animals, what they want, what they express. So they come with this definition of agency, which means the capacity of an individual, I'm talking also about humans, but also animals, to engage in voluntary, self-generated, goal-directed behavior that they are motivated to perform it, to show it, okay? It's a very simple definition, but now how can we assess whether our animal or the animals that we are working with in farm animal assisted activities, they meet the criteria of expressing agency during our session of farm animal assisted services, okay? So with these agentic experiences, if we check these experiences, we assume that the animal expresses happiness. It is regulated, okay? It is in a state of perceived safety. It's not complicated, okay? So here we have a diagram, a figure with the 5 domains. This is a framework that is very used by students and researchers and educators, isn't it, in animal sciences, animal husbandry. So in psychology, we also talk about the Maslow pyramid of needs, okay? And we have the domain nutrition, good food, physical environment, health, that here veterinarians have a big word to say. The domain 4 refers to behavioral interactions, but these behavioral interactions are with environment, with other beings, okay? And so including humans, other animals that can be from the same species or not. So, and then we have the domain 5 that covers all of them, okay? All the other 4, which is called mental states, mental experiences, because there is no doubt that animals have consciousness and they have mental lives and they express emotions. So no doubts, okay? We have many declarations on animal consciousness. One of them was signed in 2012, if you remember, the Cambridge Declaration of Consciousness. And now we have a recent one in April, New York Declaration of Consciousness. Really, really great statements. We are reading these statements usually with our students, word by word. We stay and reflect upon them, you know, and they are changing a lot of perspectives. So, farm animal assisted intervention, but also generally animal assisted interventions are placed there, okay? And then we talk about environmental enrichment or enrichment, bringing something to animals to let them express, to facilitate the expression of their agency, okay? And we have the three categories such as environment, other animals, humans, with the mention, you know, this mentioning that environment enrichment, some of you, if I tell you, you should do environment enrichment to your cat, immediately you start to think about objects. Oh, I should buy some balls. I should probably make some climbing stuff, okay? No, 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 okay? Environment enrichment was never seen only as an introduction of objects in the environment, but it refers to stimuli and or events that result in animals having opportunities for expressing agentic qualities, okay? To express their agency, to try to be happy in the moment or in the future, because animals also, they have the perception of time flow. Good. So that's about, you know, enriching the quality of interactions with their environment, other animals and humans. So I think this is, you know, what the researchers in the field of positive animal welfare are trying to tell us. People that are working, that you work in the field of animal assisted services, take into account that what you are doing should be seen as a behavior enrichment, okay, in the domain of behavioral interaction, mental health experiences, and we should pay attention to these agentic qualities of animals, to the ability of them to express themselves, again, taking into account the fact that these two ladies mentioned in the morning, okay, that we have to pay attention to what is actually natural behavior and how much of that can be expressed in the direction of assuring, you know, the quality of life of these animals. Okay, these are the agentic qualities: competency, choice, control, challenge, and Umwelt. Now, I could talk 1 hour about each one. I'm not doing that. So, competence, when an animal has the tools, including the mental tools, the emotional tools, to self-regulate. You know, imagine a dog, how much a dog, a carnivorous, you know, an animal that can bite you anytime, self-regulates through domestication, education, you know, rewards and so on, just to be there with you, to stay with us, you know, and tolerate us, and even including us in their lives, to be happy. So it's a lot of competencies there that we can consider when we work with animals. Choice, I don't have to define it, you know. More options to allow animals to exercise, even when you feed the animals, okay, if it's possible, when they explore, when they play, when they interact with others, and so on. Control, when animal can predict the next movement, if it's possible. Of course, spontaneous events and activities always will exist. But, you know, when we design or we plan a session or a program of farm animal assisted services, or in general animal assisted services, we should take into account this predictability that we should offer to the animal. Challenge, challenges refer to these stimuli, activities, you know, that put the animal in the situation, might be to innovate sometimes, you know, to solve problems, to manifest choice and agency, because they are interconnected. Umwelt and affordances, they go hand in hand. Usually we'll find them together. Affordances, you know, all that the animals perceive as a potential stimuli, or something that can trigger an activity. So I see here in the room, probably, how many people are, Magda? Help me. 200 social affordances. So I see here, 200 social affordances, humans, professional, students, that I might interact, or probably it will be difficult for me to interact with all of them, but I see each of you as a social affordance, okay? Possibility to establish a connection, to exchange information. So I don't know why I always try to push on the small arrow. Here it's another model that puts together, yeah, I'm finishing now, that puts together, all what I said. It's called the integrative model of human-animal interactions, IMHI, I am HAI, which actually integrates the concepts that I already presented to you, including the one health, one welfare. And this model takes the current knowledge from neurosciences, psychology, and ethology being the scientific study of animal behavior, focusing on primary emotions as conditions to establish positive human-animal interactions. So we should be able to read and to acknowledge that animals have emotional mental experiences and how to recognize their behavioral manifestation, okay? So this model actually brings us to the idea of building safe spaces of interactions when doing animal-assisted services, okay? But it's rather about the perceived safety, how animals and humans perceive the safety, which is not always the same with the real situation, okay? Because you might say, oh, but this cat is very safe, she cannot jump from the third floor, she has food, she has water, she has objects to play, but actually maybe that cat does not perceive the environment as being a safe one because she might not have enough social interactions, meaningful social interactions, or abilities to express the agency, okay? Choice, control, and so on, that we just talked. So this emergence of the sense of safety becomes a mission of all of us, okay? How do we construct this safe, meaningful interaction, not only taking into account what the human in this session of animal-assisted services need, but also we take into account the safety of the animals as they perceive them. And what I really like about this paper, that they also give us this figure, which is amazing, because it makes you as students in animal science, veterinary science, to understand a lot. And here we have, the domains identified by Panskep of the affects and emotions, okay? And I will shortly explain you what we have here. Imagine that you go, I go to visit Dr. Boruta's goats, okay? And it's a hypothetical situation. And then I go with a group, and then I ask, could you please take a goat and bring her here, okay? And the goats are peacefully grazing, okay? And then we have a human attempting to take a goat, one individual, away from a group that in which that goat felt quite safe, okay? We might see that the animal, but this is just a hypothetical situation, okay? Good. That the animal express a state of panic. Oh, what's going on? Yeah. Why is she taking me away? Who are these guys? Okay. And then we see that being separated from its conspecific, she might, the goat might manifest, some vocalization of distress, might freeze, might start to, to try to run away or to try to bite you, or I don't know, fight with you, just leave me alone, So there are a lot of signs, startle reaction, shaking of the head, whatever, you can come up with all kinds of indicators of distress, of not feeling good, okay? Then, if we know about this behavior and what they indicate, okay, we see that here we have a high intensity of some negative emotions or dysfunctional emotions, as you want, So the fear and the panic is highly activated, and the animal can go to rage, try to escape, and might bite you or kick you and so on, okay? So what is our duty in terms of providing a positive emotional engagement and to facilitate the regulation, the behavior regulation, is to show that you know about these indicators and put yourself in a compassionate attitude toward the animal. I do recognize the problem, okay? There is expression of fear, there is an expression of panic. What can I do, okay? I have to act in such a way to decrease the intensity of panic, rage, and fear, and put the animal in a state of care, seeking, exploration. So to facilitate as much as possible, and if we can put it in a play state, wow, that's amazing. And some of us, we do that with our dogs. I've seen examples of good practices. The dogs are always, okay, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? Are we playing, even if you go in a new situation? So the human, based on knowledge, shows a compassionate attitude towards the animals. Then we see that behavior of the humans is translated into soft gaze towards the animals, slow gestures of reassurance, okay, the voice is changed and so on. So then we can manage, by educating ourselves to help the animal self-regulate. And this is what I wanted to tell you about the importance of being able to create positive animal welfare, positive animal engagement in animals when planning and performing animal-assisted services. And thank you for your attention. And here you see, a white dog and a farm animal transmitting, the same position of feeling, the same emotion of feeling safe. And that is our aim, as practitioners and researchers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, lecture. Do we have any questions? Są pytania? Trzy minuty na pytanie.
3 minutes for questions, and then we're going to have lunch. Okay, so apparently everyone's hungry. Right, well, then you're invited to lunch, ladies and gentlemen, and we're coming back here at what time, Michal? I can't remember. Is it half an hour or 45 minutes?
People are hungry. We have to give you some work to do. But your lectures, the 2 hours,
is the on? Okay, so it's on. Oh, okay. So then we are ready to start, actually. Thank you. Yes, so hello. Welcome back. It was a really delicious lunch. Can you turn it down a little bit? It's too loud, I think. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, thank you. So, first of all, let me say a big thank you to Magda and to Mikael. They are hosting a wonderful conference, as always. And I also want to thank them for the wonderful project. They did it perfectly. The management was really good. And since this is the final event of the project, I also want to thank my other colleagues, Dennis and Alina. It has been a really nice pleasure to work together with you. And I think this project has been a really, really good project. We have learned a lot, and I also think that we have accomplished a lot, like Magda was telling us about in the beginning of today. So I will give a lecture about nurturing ties between humans and animals. And this is fascinating, I think, deeply personal topic for me. Animal welfare is my biggest concern, and also then to see how we can improve the quality of life of the animals, and also how that will affect our well-being. I'm Dr. Christine Olsen. I have a Master of Science in Ethology. I did a project on animal-assisted services in a rehabilitation center. And then I took my PhD in public health, also there concentrating on the effect of animals on the human health. Otherwise, I'm the founder of the Norwegian Center of Anthrozoology, and I'm the president of the International Society Community of Anthrozoology. I've been a member of different task force working on both the terminology but also about best practices for animals included in animal-assisted services. So that's a little bit about my background. My main knowledge is also about dogs and cats. I worked as a felino technique for Royal Canin for some years. But now I'm working on dog and cat behavior and the assessment of their personality, which I will come back to. So this ancient relationship has evolved over millennia. Today, I will dive into how these ties have developed, the benefits they provide, and how we can nurture them in the field of animal-assisted services. So to begin with, the relationship between humans and animals is one that dates back to the earliest days of human civilization. From the moment humans domesticated the first animals, possibly dogs, thousands of years ago, these creatures began to play a critical role in our lives. Initially, animals were utilized for practical reasons, like hunting, protection, and even a source of labor. Yet, over time, this relationship has deepened. Animals transition from being mere tools of survival to valid companions. The concept of a companion animal, whether it's a dog or a cat, reflects how intertwined our lives have become with animals. In recent decades, the human-animal condition and connection has gained significant attention, largely driven by mainstream media and popular publications highlighting the impact animals have on human lives. This increased exposure has sparked greater public interest in the unique relationship we share with animals. Many individuals tend to romanticize this bond with animals, often treating them as if they were part human. At the same time, there has been a shift in language, with many people moving away from the term pet in favor of companion animals, reflecting a deeper sense of partnership and respect. And this video with the sheep is actually a friend of mine who worked in one of our research projects. So she has a very, very good relationship with her animals. However, some caution against anthropomorphism. For example, concerns have been raised that pet owners may project excessive emotional expectations into their animals, expecting them to feel emotional voids typically filled by human relationships. This viewpoint emphasizes that animals, while capable of providing companionship and emotional support, should not be regarded as a substitute for human connections. Over-attributing human traits to animals can be seen as a misunderstanding of their nature and an underestimation of their true essence as distinct beings. On the other hand, the concept of anthropomorphism has also acted as a basis for animal welfare and provides a rationale for taking care of animals. But why do we feel such a profound connection to animals? One reason lies in biology. Studies in neuroscience and psychology have shown that human interaction with animals raises oxytocin, the love hormone, in both species, as Alina was into. This is the same hormone that is released in human relationships, such as between a mother and child or between partners. Animals, particularly those with whom we bond, like dogs or cats, are capable of forming attachment that mirror our own emotional needs. And this biological reaction underpins the positive emotions we feel when we spend time with our pets. Whether it's a joy we experience when coming home to a wagging tail, or to the comfort we find in stroking a purring cat. Alina mentioned the biopsychosocial model, which offers a holistic framework for understanding human health and behavior by examining the biological, psychological, and social factors that shape individuals' lives. When applied to human-animal relationships, this model highlights the profound multidimensional impact that animals can have on human well-being. Understanding these connections can reveal how pets and other animals influence over our physical health, mental states, and social interactions, providing a comprehensive view of their role in our lives. So the physical health benefits. Research has shown that interacting with animals can lower blood pressure, reduce stress hormones like cortisol, and boost immune function. People who own pets often experience these physiological effects, particularly in stress management and heart health. Dog owners, for instance, tend to get more physical activity due to regular walks, which can lead to improved cardiovascular health. According to allergies and immune system, early exposure to animals during childhood may help strengthen the immune system, reducing the likelihood of developing allergy or asthma later in life. Research shows that children who grow up in farms tend to have fewer allergies, and have other positive health effects. This phenomenon is often explained by the hygiene hypothesis. This phenomenon suggests that early exposure to a diverse range of microbes found on farms strengthens the immune system. Specifically, farm dust has been shown to stimulate the production of a protein called A20, which helps reduce inflammation in the lungs and lower the risk of asthma and allergies. Studies have shown that children raised on farms are significantly less likely to suffer from conditions like asthma and have fewer compared to those raised in urban environments. In fact, children who lived in farms from birth to age 5 were 54% less likely to develop asthma or allergic rhinitis as adults. Moreover, research also highlights other positive effects, such as stronger lung function, particularly in women later in life. This symbiotic relationship with animals influences human biology in complex ways. So therapeutic animals. Today, we see a growing recognition of the therapeutic benefits that animals can offer to people in need, particularly in pedagogical and healthcare settings. This is often referred to as animal-assisted services, where specially selected animals, typically horses, cats, dogs, and farm animals, are implemented to help patients deal with physical, emotional, or cognitive challenges. Numerous studies have demonstrated that interacting with therapy animals can lower blood pressure, reduce anxiety, and help with emotional trauma. For example, veterans suffering from PTSD have reported dramatic improvements in their mental health after spending time with therapy dogs. Children with developmental disorders, such as autism, have also shown increased social interaction and communication skills with a handler and visiting animal. Therapy animals, together with a handler, visits hospital to aid patients in recovery, in schools, nursing homes, child care institutions, rehabilitation centers, prisons, and many more, offering comfort and promoting healing. Humans have an innate need for touch, yet many people in today's society may have limited opportunities for touching another living being. Petting an animal allows such a behavior, and the sensory stimulation might lead to a change in physiological state and a psychological sense of well-being behavior. Striking an animal, for instance, will activate the tactile receptors in the participant's hand. And most animals' body temperature is slightly higher than humans, and the warmth of the other animal's body might feel relaxing and calm the participant. Studies have demonstrated that interacting with animals, such as petting an animal, may act as natural stress relievers. Moreover, the presence of animals can trigger the release of feel-good hormones like oxytocin, serotonin, and dopamine, which promote relaxation and happiness. This is why petting an animal or simply being in their presence can lead to a calming effect, lowering stress levels and improving emotional stability. So the psychological benefits, they are extensive. They influence various aspects of our mental well-being, emotional states, and cognitive processes. Interacting with animals can reduce stress, as I said, and anxiety, and also the feeling of loneliness, offering companionship and emotional support that significantly enhance mental health. Pets provide unconditional love and a sense of purpose, helping individuals cope with challenges like depression, grief, and isolation. The cognitive benefits, what we see is that cognitively, animals can also stimulate brain function. For example, caring for a pet requires routine, attention, and responsibility, which helps improve the focus, the memory, and organizational skills. In therapeutic settings, animals are often used to assist with emotional regulation, behavioral changes, and social interactions, offering psychological benefits that span a wide range of conditions, from PTSD and ADHD to dementia and autism. These interactions can help individuals develop better coping mechanisms, improve emotional intelligence, and even strengthen interpersonal skills. For older adults, animals can stimulate cognitive function, particularly in cases of dementia. Daily routines of pet care can also provide structure, purpose, and a sense of responsibility, which is beneficial for maintaining mental health. Animals often act as a social facilitator, creating opportunities for people to engage with others. Dog walking, for instance, can lead to casual conversations with other people and fostering a sense of community and belonging. This is particularly helpful for individuals who may otherwise struggle with social connections. And actually, this is one of the main outcomes of animal-assisted services on farms, which also Alina was into. And it was really fun to see that you referred to Berge and Brosa, which is very good colleagues of mine. So I liked seeing their names on the screen. Building empathy and responsibility. Caring for animals can cultivate empathy, especially in children. Studies have shown that kids who grow up with animals tend to develop stronger emotional intelligence and a greater understanding of nonverbal communication. They learn to be attentive to the needs of other being, which can translate into improved social skills and emotional awareness in human relationships. So, to conclude, the biopsychosocial model provides an integrated understanding of how animals affect human well-being, encompassing biological benefits, promote emotional dimensions, and mental wellness, and enhance social connections, showing how intervened the human-animal relationship truly is. From the therapeutic value of service animals to the everyday companionship of pets, this model highlights a multifaceted role animals play in enriching our lives, contributing not only to the individual well-being, but also to fabric the society. The importance of animals in our life isn't confined to pets and service animals. Pets, unlike humans, offer unconditional love and acceptance, which can be particularly comforting to children during difficult times. In the world that increasingly dominates by digital interactions and virtual relationships, animals provide an essential reminder of the importance of physical presence and emotional connection. Despite the undeniable value animals bring to our lives, it is important to acknowledge the responsibility that comes with nurturing these bonds. Too often, animals are mistreated, neglected, or exploited by humans. Whether it's factory farming or the abandonment of pets, the mistreatment of animals acts and reflects a failure to recognize the mutual respect that should define the human-animal relationship. If we are to continue benefiting from these connections, we must appreciate our relationship with animals with empathy, care, and understanding of their needs. This involves ensuring that animals, whether pets or working animals, receive proper nutrition, health care, and emotional support. It also means advocating for humane treatment of animals in industries that rely on them, like agriculture. The relationship between man and animal varies greatly and is reflected in how the animal relates to man and vice versa. A good relationship with the animals on the farm promotes positive emotions such as secureness and happiness. However, a poor relationship with the animals on the farm promotes negative emotions such as fear. So how can we enhance the positive bonds? There are critical periods in an animal's life when they are more sensitive to human influence. It is essential that this influence fosters positive emotions and a sense of security for the animal. Genetics also play a significant role in how easily an animal forms positive conditions towards strangers and adapt to environmental influences. The environment in which an animal is raised is another crucial factor. Animals that grow up in environments that meet their species-specific needs and provide positive mental stimulation have an advantage over those kept in poor conditions. So when you treat animals with respect and kindness, it often has a lasting effect. Animals become more confident in human handling, expect people to be kind and respectful, and tend to be more open to interactions with strangers. The farmer often plays a pivotal role in shaping the quality of the environment for the animals. The farmer's personality, attitudes, and empathy deeply influences the relationship between animals and humans. A farmer's knowledge of both the species and individual animals, along with an understanding of their unique needs, is critical in forming strong bonds with the animals. It is also evident that the farmer's experience, as well as the time dedicated to handling and interacting with the animals, are essential in developing these relationships. Alina was talking a little bit about the One Health, One Welfare. This was established by the One Health Institute at the University of California, which defines One Health as an integrated, unifying approach to balance and optimize the health of people, animals, and the environment. A central principle of the One Health concept is that health means exactly the same for non-humans, animals, and it does for humans. The One Health strategy encourages interdisciplinary collaboration and communication in relationship to all aspects of interactions with the environment and healthcare for humans and non-human animals. In the context of animal-assisted services, the One Health approach acknowledges that the well-being of both humans and animals is intervened. It recognizes that the health and welfare of the animals involved in therapy or assistance programs directly impact the effectiveness and safety of the services. Additionally, it acknowledges that potential health risks to patients, handlers, staff, and visitors, such as allergies, zoonotic diseases, and injuries. AAS have become widely popular all over the world, and there is a demand for measures that ensure the quality of this type of service, both in terms of animal welfare, risk management, and how to maximize the effectiveness of these services. Based on this, the personality assessment of domestic animals, the PADA, was developed. PADA aims to assess an animal's personality, relying on ethological assessments that are both validated and reliable. And only animals that have undergone and passed the PADA should be incorporated into close proximity animal-assisted services. By adopting PADA and associated protocols within the One Health, One Welfare framework, facilities and handlers can ensure the health, the well-being, and safety of the animals and the participants in animal-assisted services, and thereby maximizing the benefits of these services. And PADA is believed to be an excellent tool for that purpose. Based on my knowledge, and we were also a little bit into this earlier today, we recommend differing kinds of intervention. We can divide AAS into 3 different types. 1, look at the animal from somewhat a distance, typically visiting farms. 2, do work tasks with the animal like feeding, cleaning the barn, typically helping out at the farm. And 3, a close interaction with the animal. We believe that almost all animals can be in category E1 to look at, but of course, these animals, and as all animals, should be able to walk away if they want to. And if there are animals on the farm this is too stressful for, these animals must be shielded from the visitors to the farm. For category 2, the farmer should pick out the animals that the client can feed and take care of. But I will now concentrate on number 3, the close interaction with the animal. And for animals in category 3, close contact, just maybe a couple of animals at the farm should be screened. And if so, it should be screened by an ethologist for suitability before working closely to clients. Animals that work with animal-assisted services are exposed daily to many potential stressors. And one of them is that they work very closely with strangers. And for many animals, this can be very difficult. First and foremost, only a few species generally benefit from working closely with unfamiliar people. And the international community of anthrozoology recognizes the following species as well suited for close proximity interventions in animal-assisted services. And these are cows, pigs, equines, hens, goats, dogs, and cats. Of course, breeds within these species have their characteristics of temperament and behavior, and you therefore may find the preferred characteristics in either of the mentioned species. However, In general, these species have some distinct characteristics. The sheep has this characteristic wool that is exciting to touch. In general, they are quite calm and predictable in their behavior. They often enjoy being touched and cuddled. Goats are trainable, curious, and full of surprises, making them fun to observe. They are social animals that often initiate contact with people, though they tend to be brief in their interactions before moving on to explore something new. Cows are big animals, as we were talking about earlier today, but they are generally often very calm and have predictable behavior. They are happy to cuddle and to be in close contact with people for a longer time. Hens are small animals that encourage clients to care for them and the feeling that they need to be protected. Hens are curious and very trainable, and they are exciting to touch and to watch. Pigs are calm and exciting to touch. As cows, they are happy to cuddle and being in close contact with people for a longer time. Equines, like horses, are sensitive and reactive animals. They often reflect the client's emotions, and their behavior often depends on the client's behavior. Many point out that feeling the mastery when handling a big animal like a horse, but I would encourage you to keep in mind that we are not supposed to master animals. We shall care for them, treat them well, and advocate their presence and acknowledge their existence as sentient living beings. Cats, they are small animals that encourage the clients to provide care for them and the feeling that they need to be protected, like hens. Their fur is very soft and they prefer close contact with people and can lay on the client's lap for a long time. They are also curious, playful, and trainable, and their characteristics purring provides calmness for the clients. Dogs are very social animals, and they can actually often prefer social contact with people over social contact with peers. They are bold, curious, trainable, and can show both predictable but also unpredictable behavior. Dogs share many of the social skills with humans, and clients can intuitively understand their feelings. But how can we ensure that the animals truly thrive in animal-assisted services? The truth is, we cannot know for certain. However, we can take steps to select animals with personality traits that make them more suited for this kind of work, such as boldness, which is a preferable trait. But how do we assess these traits? We can use scientifically grounded personality assessments based on ethological methods. And the International Community of Anthrozoology has developed such assessments for dogs, cats, equines, and farm animals. There is no evidence that most non-human animals likely experience a range of subjective feelings and emotions similar to those of humans. In addition to disruptions in their internal physical state, such as thirst, hunger, pain, or illness, sensory inputs influence how animals cognitively assess their external environment. And this can lead to emotions such as anxiety, fear, panic, anger, helplessness, loneliness, boredom, and even depression. So for those working in AAS, it's imperative to prioritize the positive experiences and feelings of the animals involved. Effective welfare assessment for animal-assisted service animals should hinge on indicators rooted in rigorous animal welfare science. Such indicators should reflect not just an absence of pain and suffering, but also evidence of a life that's both positive and enriched. Achieving this requires us to work with animals that exhibit a general zest for life, a penchant for human proximity, and a positive attitude towards challenges. PADA is an in situ behavioral test that seeks to assess animals in various situations to evaluate the attributes such as sociability, anxiety, fear, boldness, and proximity, and introduced by ECOFA in 2006, PADA has since been employed to test several hundred animals. What makes PADA unique is that it's based on validated and reliable ethological tests. Every test is evaluated by a team of 3 educated professionals. And the PADA team that assesses the individual animal has undergone rigorous training. All tests are supervised by an experienced animal behaviorist with at least a Bachelor of Science in Animal Behavior. PADA is specialized for use as an evaluation tool for species such as dogs, cats, pigs, cows, goats, sheep, horses, and chickens. And PADA incorporates methodologies such as the human approach test, the threatening approach test, the novel object test, and the open field tests. During a PADA evaluation, an animal encounters diverse scenarios designed to gauge its psychological disposition, physical state, and the safety implications of its interactions. Each stage of the test scrutinizes different facets relevant to therapeutic contexts. PADA subject animals to an array of situations encompassing encounters with strangers, greetings, and play tests, as well as stimuli that might induce fear or aggression. Notably, the producer specifically tailors these situations to resonate with contexts that therapeutic animals are likely to encounter. This is an example of the PADA test with a chicken.
Okay, you can stop.
So this is the first subtest, where the chicken is let out and has to explore the environment, which is the open field test.
No, more than a bit.
The novel object test is this triangular that you often have in cars to say that there's some danger. And here we see if the chicken is interested in the novel object. An animal that is curious and explorative often have positive emotions and are bold animals. And you can see that this chicken is interested and going towards the triangle.
She will go check it. My goodness. Her knees, because she's very little and just off.
And then most of the tests are positive. So we give them treats to, and especially to overcome potential subtests that can induce fear.
Okay, thank you. You can take it away.
This is the threatening approach test, where you pick up the chicken.
You can do it also quite well.
So it's more or less a veterinary check.
Yeah. You can also like hold a bit her head and check her eyes. And check the other one.
So we constantly observe the behavior of the animal when this test is conducted.
And the feet, and you can touch a bit. Okay. Now you can let her go. And you can give her a prize. Let's see.
And in some cases, the animal is too scared after this. But then we give them treats, and you can see that the animal forgives the technician.
And now while she's eating, you can do the child scream. Ah!
And again, we see if the chicken comes back.
Okay, thank you. You can stand up. Like move around a bit, make some noises, because you're not just by yourself, because children are so excited to be. Yes, it's just move and be screaming and.
So we don't want to scare the animals, but just encounter them for looking at strange situations.
And then you can make noise with this again, yeah, and give it to her. Let's see if she goes.
So he didn't do it correctly, but
It's okay, it's for the dogs. Don't worry. And you can make, yeah.
so for a dog we would call him, but for the chicken we will, this is the same as calling a dog.
Give her some more.
So what character traits are we seeking in animals and earmarked for animal-assisted services? In essence, the animal should exude a measure of boldness, display minimal fear or insecurity, and demonstrate sociability towards humans. This means we are on a lookout for positivistic animals that are socially secure and relatively socially motivated, remain at ease in company, rebound swiftly from disconcerting situations, show tolerance under challenging circumstances, and exhibit an innate curiosity about their environment. Basically, individuals that experience overall positive emotions. I will now show you how two cats behave differently during a PADA test. I just want to say that the test with the chicken, it's exactly the same with the other farm animals. So we do the same with sheep, the goats, the cows, and the horses. No, yeah, we don't lift the cow, no, that's true. So here you can see first step of the PADA cat. As you can see that this cat hesitates to step out of the crate. So this is just a novel environment for this cat. There's nothing scary here. When he finally does leave the crate, he stays close to the walls and constantly searching for a place to hide. Yeah, and this cat, I've seen a video of him lying in the lap, and he was calm lying there, but you can still see that he was frozen of fear. And you should never include a cat like that in animal-assisted services, because even if the cat can lie on the client's lap, it doesn't enjoy it. This cat, on the other hand, is very social. He actively seeks attention. He remains in the center of the room and is rubbing his cheeks against both the people and the objects. Here it goes to the cameraman. Yeah. So you can see two totally different cats. And of course, this cat would enjoy working in animal-assisted services because he's social, he's curious, he's bold, and he really enjoys having contact with people. But I will emphasize that PADA is only assessing the personality of animals. Animals should willingly engage in the interaction, not just tolerate these. Interactions must not be forced onto the animal, and free interaction with the possibility for a retreat is essential. An extensive training and knowledge for both the animal and the handler is also required. In order to meet best practices in animal training, it is necessary to have a good relationship with the animal. At least basic knowledge in ethology must be required and an understanding of the individual animal's personality. The animal's personality will actually influence how the animal learns, and especially how one shall train together with the animal. And notice that I say train together with the animal, not just train the animal. This is because the animal and the handler are a team that trains and works together. So when the handler and the animal work in partnership, both parties will influence each other, and both parties will enjoy this. Handlers and clients should have received training and knowledge of the animal's well-being needs, including being able to detect signs of discomfort and stress. Animals participating in animal-assisted services should never be involved in such ways that their safety and comfort are jeopardized. Professionals who are responsible for the well-being of the animal during intervention must ensure that the animal is healthy, well-rested, comfortable, and cared for during and after the sessions. Lastly, I will demonstrate some examples of successful human-animal interactions. In this first example, you can see a short video with positive interactions between a cat and clients in animal-assisted interventions. And notice how willingly the cat engages with the client. Next, we have a clip featuring animal-assisted services with goats. They are fun to watch. So these are all animals that has undergone PADA and been found well suited for animal-assisted services. I will also show a short video of a horse, which also is PADA certified. Not that one. The big ones are. They have 8 horses that are certified with PADA. That took a long time. Ah, there it comes.
Okay. Nico was born in 2005. He comes since 2013. He comes regularly every week once. Also here for animals. He's also visiting the special education school in Reading, and he's living at home.
I think your wife said before that the amazing difference is she has him in school, and he's not very motivated in school. He's often very down, and he's usually very happy when he's here after he's been here. That's your opinion also.
You know, the problem is he cannot make big movements, and then he's often not very happy in school, and then he starts crying or making some noise and disturbing the other ones, you know. And usually, if he's here, he's quite happy.
Good.
We hope that
This is a live therapy session afterwards, so
the best that it is
it's like working with cats also. You can't predict how it comes.
Normally, he's really very motivated to be here, but we had sessions when he was relatively down for any reason. Some problems with the digestion or whatever.
Okay.
Because he cannot talk, you cannot ask him what's happening.
He's nonverbal. And he's also, is he cognitively impaired or just physically impaired? Both, he's both. Also, it's also a difficult situation.
Usually he's in the wheelchair. He can walk. If you guide him, he can walk a few steps.
Okay.
It's relatively new that he's maybe
Okay, and I think with him, we're going to see how you can use a lift to help him get on the horse or pony. Okay. Heavier? Well, I couldn't do it.
Once you start doing that,
They like to do.
So for this reason, we try to spend by
The foundation. Yeah, the foundation. Okay, that's good news. Now, do you know which pony or horse your wife is going to take with you?
That's actually Flash.
Wow, that's a fast name.
Yeah. Don't worry. No, it's a funny thing because he's Flash, what means he's actually, you expect a fast.
Yes.
Flash can be very slow, but for any reason, if you're riding or if you take him for carrying a car, a wagon.
A wagon, yeah. A carriage behind.
Yeah. It's quite different than
Okay.
It's actually a take pony. 20 years old.
Okay.
And yeah.
And did you have to prepare the pony specially for this work? Of course, pulling a carriage, I think even you have to have a special license for carriage driving.
When we bought Flash, he was also trained to carry
pull a carriage.
Yeah. But we have trained him for that, but usually we do nothing with the clients with the carriage.
It's there on the back.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, great.
But he's over the time. When we bought him, it was clear it was a quiet animal. His occupation with children because he was working originally in a rabbit in a normal stable where the children went for riding. And for any reason they sold him. They had some financial problems.
Okay. And that came here. Was benefit for you.
It was a benefit for us to take him over, and he's really good trained. And we have trained him then more for children which handicaps, which then have movements or start crying or everything. That is something you have to train.
Okay. Oh yeah. For the noises that the children make.
Noise,
for movement, special movements. Now my English is challenged. Also, quick movements, unexpected.
Unexpected, very fast movements, which sometimes happens, and then you need a horse which is trained for that, because you cannot have a horse which is a big jumps.
When that happens. That's the same with other animals too.
Yeah.
Dogs and even cats, they have to do for it. Also, people walking with crutches.
Yeah.
You even have to prepare them for that. Not all dogs
You
do.
have to see that also, you have to train the animals for a wheelchair.
Yeah,
Especially
exactly.
if you have
That.
wheelchairs with electric motors.
A motor.
It's very high noise, and you will see that when the lift is moving.
Yeah.
You have also this very high sound,
Oh.
and you have to train the horses.
So they don't skittish about that.
Normally a horse don't like this kind of
But
sound.
yours know it.
And also if you move the client with the lift over the back.
That also makes a noise. I mean, you can hear it.
You can hear it, and especially if you imagine for an animal like a horse, what it means is something going over the back.
Yeah, they're flight animals.
It's
Like an enemy.
An enemy would
Yeah.
See the smile on his face. It's like, yeah, it's really beautiful.
Okay. Nico was born in 2005.
How can I?
He comes since 2013. He comes regularly every week once. Also here for animal assistance.
Can I get some help? Because I can't
He's also visiting the
change.
special education school in Reading, and he's living at home.
There it is. It's just your appearance was like, thank you. Yeah. But as we look for the future, there are several ways we can strengthen the bonds between humans and animals. One avenue is through education, teaching children about animals and their needs from an early age to foster a sense of responsibility and compassion. Programs in schools that introduce children to animal care and welfare can install respect for all living creatures. And another important aspect is the role of legislation. Governments and organizations must continue to push for stronger laws protecting animal rights and welfare, ensuring that animals are treated with the dignity they deserve. To conclude, the bond between humans and animals is a multifaceted relationship built on mutual needs, care, and respect. Whether through emotional support, practical assistance, or simply companionship, animals play a vital role in our lives. As we continue to nurture these ties, it is crucial to approach the relationship with responsibility and empathy, ensuring that both the humans and animals thrive in each other's presence. In a world that often feels increasingly disconnected, our ties with animals remind us of the value of connection, trust, and unconditional love. Thank you. So I think I'm just on time.
Yeah, perfect timing and perfect presentation. Thank you. I think maybe we have some questions to Dr. Olsen. No questions. Okay.
Oh, Dennis, of course.
Sorry.
Just one comment. I agree with you 100% that animals play a fantastic role in our lives, but that we have to realize that that's not in everyone's life. There are people that cannot begin anything with an animal, and we have to accept and respect that as well. Of course, they're important in our lives, but we have to realize that it's not the same for everyone.
Yeah, very good point. Thank you.
Yes, well, you've listed species of animals that have been verified in working with humans, but what about rabbits? Has anybody tested rabbits and how rabbits work in these conditions?
Yes, rabbits. That's a difficult species. I've constantly been arguing with people about that because it's really difficult to make a good living for rabbits. So they need very large space. They need the possibility to dig. They need company from other rabbits. So in order to be included in animal assisted services, at the best they can be in category 1, I think, to watch and maybe to feed category 2. But for category 3, it's difficult to see that they would benefit from this close interaction.
Podasz tam dalej? Czy będę lecieć?
And I would like to refer a little bit to your question about rabbits, because my question is about alpacas. Alpacas are very popular nowadays in broadly understood therapy. However, you have not listed alpacas as a PADA tested or PADA certified species. Well, my experience shows that they're completely not suitable for that. But I'm just wondering whether PADA has these recommendations. I mean, apart from the fact which species are suitable, do you have recommendations as to which species should absolutely not be included in therapy? Like, for example, you mentioned rabbits, and in my opinion, alpacas, but maybe there's other animals that shouldn't participate.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for pointing that out. Well, I listed the animals that I think would benefit from being in close contact with people, and alpacas that generally don't like to be in close contact with people. So again, it's difficult to provide the best environment for them, but again, they could work in category 1 or category 2 so that you can watch them and maybe feed them, but generally they would like some space. Okay, then it's your turn.
Looks like it.
Yeah.
Zadam po polsku, będzie łatwiej.
So, yes, so I have a question about the goats that we could see as an example of cooperation with humans. But in the end, based on the video, I found it hard to establish what kind of interaction with humans the goats had. In the end, was it just interaction in the sense that the goats were fed and they were trained that they can be fed by children? And then, I've been working in nutrition for like 20 years. So my question is this: if an interaction is based, if positive interactions between a human and an animal, because they're additionally fed by these more and more new people coming over, the question is, do you take that into consideration in the amount of feed the animals receive? And doesn't that translate into, negative well-being of the animal as a result of overfeeding? Because also of the fact that that feeding should be organized daily, and that it's part of, a physiological way to maintain an animal's well-being.
Absolutely. How the animals are fed and what kind of feed they should have, it's based on the 5 freedoms and 5 model of Meller. So that's obvious, I think, and that's up to the farmer. Another thing I think is important to say is that even though you feed animals, it doesn't mean that they like the social interaction. So they are encouraged to come because they want food, but actually they are a little bit afraid still. But they are so food motivated that they don't overcome, but they do it regardless. And that is why we think that all animals, even because that would be category 2, that you work with animals, that it should still be selected, and that you know that, okay, these animals can work in category 2, they can have be fed, or they can you can clean the barn or something, but you can't do that with all animals. So that is why we have divided it in 3.
Yes. Oh, thank you.
Surprise.
There's an additional point on this. I think it's working. It's not just with the rabbits or with the goats in this case. One of the biggest problems we have are cats in nursing homes, because the residents of the nursing homes keep a piece of their croissant and they can overfeed the cats in a nursing home, even though we do have tests that show that cats are appropriate for nursing homes. We have to instruct the people there not to overfeed. It's a very good point.
Mamy jeszcze jakieś pytania?
Are there any other questions?
Last question then. Gdzie było?
I have a question about therapy including more than one species of animal at the same time. Have there been any research in multi-species therapies? Many times I've seen interactions between species, like a dog working with goats or sheep or some other multi-species interactions, which allow, well, probably more the observers than the participants of the process to benefit from being around the animals and watching these processes. So is there any research into that area?
Yeah, so Bente Berge and Bjarne Bråstad, which Alina referred to, they are looking at the farm as a colony with all species. So, but that's so difficult with doing research on this, because you don't know what affects the client. Is it the work? Is it the social interactions with the other clients and the farmer? Is it watching the other animals? Is it watching how they interact with each other? Or is it the close contact? So it's a whole situation that can be said that has a positive effect, or maybe a negative effect, which also is important to remind us of.
Okay.
Okay, let me just hop in, because it is true that we have the last lecture now, and we are going to have a Q&A session later. So if you have any questions, you can write them down and you will have time to ask these questions later. I think I may need some technical support for my presentation, though.
I don't know how.
I think it's maybe on the side, but I can't see.
Thank you. Może weź coś z tym zrób, wyłącz to czy coś. Gdzie była jak on?
To będzie to, ale to podam.
Okej, mamy to.
Okay, I think we got it. Okay, listen up. I have 25 minutes to, well, probably make it a bit more difficult for you and talk about animal training. So generally, we're going to be talking a little bit about cats and a little bit about farm animals, and we're going to talk about how to prepare the animals for work. So the subject is so broad. Actually, we could organize a whole conference on that, and we're going to try to do it in under 25 minutes. So different animal species that take part in the activities and in the meetings with clients, they have different predispositions and various natural behaviors, and we, by introducing them in the classes, in the activities, we want them to do certain things. Like, for example, we want them to cooperate with people. We want them to show certain tricks or behaviors, or we want them to approach us when they're called. We want them to have trust in people, and we want them to also focus when there's confusing situations, to be motivated to work, to respond to instructions, at least some, and to acknowledge certain people. So there's many different requirements, and these requirements are very broad. Thankfully, a lot of it is covered by the learning theory, and thankfully, the learning theory is the same for many species. There are many mechanisms that help us learn, change our behaviors, and impact the behaviors of others. So, for example, if we know even at least a little bit of the learning theory, we will find it easier to work with animals, and it'll be easier for us to influence their behaviors so the behavior changes in a way that suits our objectives. However, I would like to mention two keys that I believe are essential to influence animals' behavior. The first one is communication. So that means the skill of explaining the animal what we expect of them. The second key is motivation. So making the animal, first of all, willing to listen to us, and secondly, for the animal to actually do what we want the animal to do. I think that whether it is training or work, we often focus on communication, so on articulating things, and we focus too little on motivation. And this is often why we fail, because without motivation, even the best form of presenting the lecture or the task will just go into a vacuum. As you can see here, you can see a goat during a training session with me, and I keep explaining something to the goat. I'm trying the goat to focus, to touch an object with the nose, and the goat has its own plans. The goat has found grass, and grass is great, and therefore my communication, it falls on deaf ears. Regardless of the tools that I have, or regardless of my communication skills with the goat right now has different priorities and ideas. So it is worthwhile to learn the following thing. A goat looking at grass also communicates various things to us. That goat communicates that there are certain reasons for the lack of that motivation. And the more of these reasons we find, we locate, then the easier it will be for us to solve these problems and to come up with a solution to this issue. Now, lack of motivation can be driven by so many factors. It can be feeling distracted in the environment. So, for example, working in an environment where there's lots of other great food. Or it could be discomfort resulting from an emotional state. Or how the animal is feeling physically. They may be in pain, or maybe something could be on them too tightly. It could be fear, because maybe there are stranger dogs running around on the other side of the fence, or maybe there's sounds that the animal doesn't tolerate or doesn't know, or the rewards could be too weak, or they may, feel an antipathy for the handler, the trainer, maybe because they don't know or have a difficult relationship with the trainer. There could be many other causes. So if we view such a goat, sheep, or cat that's is showing its back to us as a form of communication, and when we try and think about what we can do to fix that for communication, then it'll be much easier for us to work. So the training needs to be worth the effort, because it is an effort. It requires effort of energy and of emotions. And this is also because of the fact that the animal needs to abandon in a way what they were doing and focus on us. So that is quite a big effort. So that training needs to be worth the effort for the animal working with us and for the trainer. Because if our only motivation is that we're at work, or that we have to prepare the animal for a session because tomorrow there are kids showing up and, we should show them something, then obviously that will most often not be fruitful because that's driven by a sense of duty or maybe a frustration because the goat went away or the goat isn't doing what we want or maybe the goat is doing it too slowly. So in connection with that, if it's not attractive for the animal and for the human, we're often doomed to fail. Now, the primary rule during training, regardless of the animal we're working with, is that it has to be fun for everyone, fun for all the participants of the training. It has to be fun for the animal and fun for the trainer. So the trainer also is motivated so that they feel flexible and so that they want to listen to what the animal is communicating and for them to want to solve the difficulties that they see. So then, when the animal is motivated, the flow of the training session is completely changed. The animal is interested in what we want to offer. The animal wants to cooperate. The animal is focused and motivated to notice what we expect. And at this point, we see a change in the behavior of the goat because suddenly it turns out, oh my God, I'm not going to do that again. So, okay, suddenly it turns out that it can target, that it can present certain behaviors, and that the goat suddenly eagerly cooperates with me, unlike what we saw in the first shot. So here we have a goat that's touching a target with their nose. I'm not sure if you can see it. There's a colorful ball at the end. So this motivation and fun-based training also helps foster relations with the animal. And it also makes for visible results. Pretty quickly, when you have motivation, you're going to see changes in behavior, positive emotions, and you're going to see that willingness to cooperate. What's also important is that changes in behavior apply not only to the animal that's learned something, but you'll also be seeing that in the trainer that modifies their behavior in relation to how the animal behaves, what the animal needs, and communicates. Now, motivation is also extremely important in the context, in the right context. So we need to be honest here, and before and after the session, we need to consider how the animal behaved and what impact different factors had on that. Not only, we shouldn't only focus on the here and now, but we have to consider whether the animal is fed and rested. When the animal is fed, maybe the animal is overfed. And maybe if the animal is hungry, the animal is too hungry. And that need to find food will be so strong that they no longer want to think and cooperate with us, but all they're left with is frustration. Also, are we training in a distracting environment? Here, my cat at home, he's taught to work with different objects, but he's at the Alzheimer's Center. The conditions have changed. It's a completely different training session, but the conditions, the environment has changed. So the motivation of the cat to stay in this place that I came up with is different because he would rather be walking around the room. Also, we need to consider what rewards we're using and whether these rewards are relevant to the situation, because quite often when we're with our cat at home and at an institution, we need different rewards. With the animals that we're working with in an enclosure or at a farm, much depends on how attractive that enclosure is and what the animals can find in the enclosed environment. What also has impact on this is the well-being. I mean, if the animal was relaxed or is tired, or if we pull the animal out of a pack and if we're expecting the animal suddenly to refocus on us, and the general situation, all of these things impact the situation. So the more things we know before the session, and especially when we can evaluate after the session, the easier the next meeting will be. Now, in terms of how the animal functions and how willing the animal is to cooperate with us, well, this is also impacted by our day-to-day relationship with the animal. Of course, positive interactions include feeding, playing, various kinds of surprises. Like, for example, when I'm walking past my cat, I could do something nice, surprise the animal with a treat, or surprise the animal by offering play. Or I can invite the cat. And by the way, as you can see, he's a bit fur-less. I can tell him to hide under my hoodie or blanket, and then we can relax together. Sometimes I try and rescue him from my puppy, and the puppy likes to chew on his ears or tail, and I can provide all kinds of snacks. So there are many examples of positive interactions. Then on the other hand, there can also be some negative interactions. So, for example, let's say that I have this idea that my cat has to look gorgeous and I'm going to comb him or brush him. Then I'm going to trim his nails, then bathe him, then I'm going to give him medicine, and maybe I'm shooing him from the table because I'm eating lunch and he's getting in the way. Or maybe I'm telling him to leave my laptop because he's blocking the keyboard. Or maybe I tell him to leave the room because I don't want him to be in the room with me when I'm working. So there can be many negative interactions as well. So now the question is whether our relationship looks in the sense that, he just has food in the bowl and I put it there once daily. And then perhaps once a week, I remember to play with him a bit. And besides that, I just focus on him being beautiful, bathed and clean and, not getting in the way of my life. Or I can consider whether my relationship is different, whether I check every day what cool things we can do every day and what interactions I can offer. And maybe there are as few negatives as possible. So I limit those negative experiences just to the essentials, because then you have a completely different end balance of these emotions and the cat's expectations of me. The same applies for farm animals. So this means that here we can also influence the character of the interactions, and whether the interactions are mostly about the fact that we're trying to move the animal or do something unpleasant, or whether all our interactions are rooted in trust, communication, respect for the animal's boundaries, and being ready to cooperate. Now, also, it's important that we're maybe even ready for doing nothing together. So it's not that I always come to the animals with this pre-prepared agenda in my head as to what I'm going to do. Sometimes I just go there to see what they're doing and what mood they are in. So we're building positive expectations of the animal towards the trainer. The more positive our history of interactions is, and the better the more the trust, the better the interaction will be when we're expecting the animal to be doing something with us or for us. And at that point, these sessions are much more effective, and these sessions will be much more based on play, fun, and both parties feeling motivated. Now, when planning a training session, it's also important to consider several factors. And this is something Christine was referring to, the personality, the temperament. When we have an animal that is general anxious, we're going to plan the session completely differently than in the case of an animal that is curious, bold, and, just a go-getter. So it's important also to consider the level of socialization. And that means what past experiences the animal has with people, with the environment, with the specific place that we want to be in, whether it's their home or enclosure, or if it's a completely new setting, or perhaps in the area there's also a group of visitors that are observing the session. Now, these are all completely different and new situations that we need to prepare our animals to through proper socialization and through habituating them to various new things happening. Also, we need to consider the conditions we have. For example, when we want to work with a sheep, it matters whether we can provide a place where the animal will feel safe, and for there not to be other sheep that are going to distract her, and also for there not to be a dog barking behind the fence that the sheep is afraid of. And, perhaps it's important for the enclosure to be, not too attractive enough for the animal to focus on working. So these conditions are very important. Quite often, providing the right conditions will solve half your problems, because then it turns out that the setup that we can prepare or changes to the environment, even small changes, can actually solve many problems with motivation and constant and focus in animals. Now, what's worked for that, and that's why what we recommend is positive training, so rewarding positive behaviors. Now, it is excellent for teaching tricks and simple behaviors. It also fosters a relationship through the positive emotions that are felt in such an interaction. It also creates positive associations with people, and it's the basis of play. When our training is being provided in a way that's positive and rewarding, that will be for the animal, at least in the case of those social animals, it will always be a positive adventure to them. Now, the training session itself can also be part of the whole activity of the day. If the animal is used to training, to working, we can include the clients in the training session, and that's also a great part of educational activities. One of such tasks that we can use is the target task, which is actually excellent to start with.
it's quite easy to perform by most species of animals, and it may have many different applications on these on specific class activities. Like here we have a donkey that's targeting, so touching that target. We can be touching colors or touching numbers, or let's say we can choose a picture, one on the left or one on the right. So there's many ideas for modifications, and the exercise is very easy to carry out for the animals. Patients and clients, they also like to get involved. Often the target exercise can be built into much more complex exercises that perhaps I have an example of here. Oh yeah, here you see training a goat that is doing the target exercise now and is working with a child aged 11. So that child already knows the basics of the learning theory. So good rewarding training, good contact with the animal, rewarding exactly the behavior that is desired instead of, the animal forcing the food or stealing the food out of the hand of the trainer. Okay, I won't show you pigs because you've seen them already. But, yes, pigs are also great for the targeting exercise because they're food focused and motivated. They gladly participate in the exercise. And here, once again, a donkey. A donkey taught to target the hand. So it doesn't have to be an object or an actual target or a stick. We can also teach them this way to follow the human. So here the donkey tries to catch up with the hand that is simultaneously a target, and the child can lead the animal without the use of force, which is, by the way, also great fun. Here, training with a hen. Now, hens are actually excellent to be working with here. As you see, our chicken that's learning to go through a hula hoop. Now, it's many people that are participating in sessions with animals, seeing unusual animals like chickens and the fact that chickens can do something. I mean, that is a reward in itself. It evokes these pleasant associations and it's very relaxing. And also the fact that the patients can ask a hen to carry out a certain exercise, that gives them a lot of this feeling that, well, yeah, they can do things. The animal is really focused on them and the animal wants to cooperate. Whereas to an animal that is used to these kinds of sessions, this kind of interaction is also just a very pleasant option. And here we have another chicken. Unfortunately, we don't have the audio here, but this is a chicken that's being trained to come when called, and then he returns to hearing his name. Oh, and we have the audio? Generally, a chicken like this, a chicken that's taught, and if it can also leave the pack to greet the child or greet the person they are working with, I mean, that can really be reinforcing for people working with them. By the way, I think chickens are amazing for work. They learn very quickly and very eagerly, and you can teach chickens very many things. So if you have chickens, I thoroughly recommend that. Great stuff. Okay, and also training a cat. Yes, and cats also are very motivated to work. Cats very quickly and eagerly learn, and there are really very many things you can do with cats. But what is important with cats is you need to very precisely indicate what behavior you expect. And you need to find the rewards that will be the proper motivation, because depending on the cat, these rewards can be varied. And also their attention span, varies. Some cats after 3 repetitions will say, "Excuse me, I've had enough." Yes, right now, as you see, he's learning to, push the ball into a goal. Not working out always, so I think the only role that's left for him is that of a goalkeeper. And here, once again, at target, as you see, the cat is touching his nose on the indicated object. Now, we can also use the target for teaching the cat to leave another cat or any other animal I mean, you can teach them to come to any place. With a cat, this is excellent because you can put it next on a couch next to a patient, or you can put it on a patient's lap. If a cat has learned how to get on a blanket or target, in this case, it's very easy for us to send them to the place that we want the cat to be. And there is also a very clear indication for the cat. Now, in the case of Alzheimer's patients, you can also move the cat in different places. Like, first the cat is on the couch, then next to the chair, under the chair. There's so many good conversation topics there. And it's also a pleasant session for the cat. It's based on play and based on friendly interactions. And here, as you see, training both a cat and a dog. This is a staying session. But as you can see, I'm still using the blanket. That's something the cat knows from the previous session and the previous conditions. So the thing that the cat already can do well, we're using that to introduce the cat to a new situation in much more difficult conditions. But it's not all roses with training, and it's not that you'll succeed 100% of the time. There is a certain risk involved, especially when training farm animals. It's a bit easier with cats and dogs, but in the case of farm animals, what may happen is, and this especially happens when we make mistakes. When we make mistakes, we're going to see behaviors like aggressive behaviors, frustration, or there could be permanent changes in behavior, and that is obviously not entirely our goal. Let me just play the video here. You see a zebra. Now, I know that's not a farm animal, but it's a zebra, and that zebra is in a park, and the visitors can feed the animals here. So when they enter the park, they receive carrots or other food, and the zebra is aware of that. The zebra knows that a person approaching is a potential source of food. So the zebra has learned to present this kind of behavior. See, a spoon made out of a tongue. So you're supposed to put the feed there, and the zebra eats the feed. And the zebra does it all the time. The zebra is there standing all the time, rolling their tongue and getting corn or carrots on that tongue. Now, the zebra is living with a donkey. Only when the donkey tries to approach, the zebra hits him because it's mine, carrots and corn. You can see it at the end. At the end, we're going to see, oh, by the way, this plank has bite marks on it. But anyway, there are behaviors here that are following from frustration and the fact that there's no more food, or resulting from the fact that people are departing. This animal is so habituated to being fed that when the feeding is at a certain point discontinued, you see a lot of negative signals. So we have to be careful about that. This aggression manifests itself also in relation to people, and the aggression can take on the form of forcing. So an animal, a sheep, a goat, or a zebra sees a person and then tries to force the food, tries to headbutt them or steal it from the hand or steal it from a bucket, which in the case of inexperienced people is a real threat because these animals are quite big and strong. There is also aggression towards other animals. In a situation when a person with food or a person that the animal believes potentially may bring food gets into the pack, the animals then start to compete against one another. They start shooing one another away, and you may see very unpleasant other situations. Now, using food in larger quantities and in a way that is uncontrolled can lead to behavioral changes. Specifically, when the animals notice that there's a human being in the vicinity, they stop presenting their natural behaviors, but they instantly start competing, run to the human being, force food, and we then cannot show our participants how a sheep behaves in normal conditions, because the way a sheep behaves is that a sheep approaches you and wants food, which is problematic when our goal is education and when we want to show our participants how to take care of animals, how to interact with them, and how to foster this connection that is more than just feed-based. Now, because these negative emotions appear as, food, it will run out sooner or later, sometimes after one carrot and sometimes after a whole bucket of carrots, but it does suddenly, that food, it does run out. So, when our sessions are only food based, then often they end with frustration. It's all good, nice, great. I have the food. I ate all the food is gone. And what emerges is frustration. And then the person leaves. So, what the animal remembers from the session is the sense of frustration and anger. So then the next session and the next meeting starts with, well, not necessarily the emotions we want, because the frustration and that anger stays in their memory. Now, animals that are trained in this way often can't relax. Such animals are always in this I'm looking for food, I need to get food mode, or I need to force food, or I need to be the first, the strongest, the best, the most everything. That's why that generates more issues, not just for the patients, but also for the owners or the people who are with the animals every day, because they have to struggle with these issues more often. But now, these difficult situations can be prevented. It doesn't mean that when we introduce food, these situations are bounded to appear immediately. You just need a balance. Training animals, working with them can be immensely satisfying. You could see the previous videos, how the animals were eagerly getting into interactions and wanted to be with people. Now, this is a different kind of interaction that is based less on food and is based more on just pleasant combing, right, and brushing. So the animal looks for the contact by itself, and then the animal decides, okay, I'm done, thank you, that's enough. And then the animal goes to focus and do whatever they want to do. So that's also worth communicating to clients. We need to show them that such behaviors, such as brushing or petting, are of course pleasant, but there are certain limits. So, we have to explain that it's not like an Instagram mascot that will always want to cuddle, but instead it's a living animal with its own needs. So we do that to avoid situations connected to frustration, anger, or aggression, or attacks on humans or animals. And for that, it's important to properly label in certain sessions. Like we have a special enclosure with animals where we're teaching the goat to go through agility hurdles, and we do that only there, and that's only where the food appears. Or perhaps the food comes only when the human is wearing a certain hat. When the hat isn't worn, there will be no food. Or we can also teach the animal a signal that means I have no more food, but we're going to do going to do other cool stuff, like showing an empty hand or some command. So if these sessions are properly labeled, identified, if there are proper lines drawn that, well, now you may expect a reward and now you may not, then and that all aggressive behavior rules you out from the training, which is also difficult. I mean, at first we may think it's fun when the goat is stomping their leg, and by the way, such behaviors are also rewarded, especially by the kids. So when the goat but actually, when the goat sometimes stomps their foot close to a child, the child may drop the bucket, and then the goat gets all the food. But we also have to be working with animals on other interactions, not just teaching tricks, or not just the participants feeding the animal, but also we need to do observation. We need to also clean the animals and their environment. We need to think about enriching their environment, their enclosures. So we come up with things to make life better for the animals where they're living, which is also a great kind of interaction for the children and the animals that can benefit from it. Now, also, it is good to teach animals that the presence of people can be just a neutral situation, that sometimes, we should come there, observe them, and be together. It doesn't always have to be, a super dynamic party with food. So, what should we keep in mind in terms of training? We should keep in mind that it's supposed to be, number one, fun, and it's supposed to be fun for all the participants. Also, number two, we have to be flexible. We have to respond to what the animals are communicating, how they're behaving in their interactions with us, and how they're communicating various difficulties, and what we can do to minimize these difficulties. And number three, that we need to very precisely mark the behaviors we want to reward, but we also need to mark the session to show that here and now we're doing training, but the food and the rewards will not be appearing all the time. And it's also important to keep the two keys in mind. So key number one, communication. and key number 2, motivation, as the keys that enable us to open the doors to training and to cooperating with animals and to teaching them new behaviors. Thank you.
Jeszcze mamy, słuchajcie, za chwilę będzie...
So listen, in a moment we're going to have a Q&A session, but before we do that, I'm going to ask all of you to please scan this QR code, and if you could please fill out the feedback questionnaire. We really care strongly about your comments and your feedback, because I see some familiar faces here who have been coming to our conferences for a longer time. I'm sure you know that we try to take your comments into consideration at all times, and we try to implement your suggestions for future events. So I'm going to ask you to please fill out the evaluation questionnaire, and for you to share your thoughts on the conference. And for you, I mean, if you have any suggestions for the future, we would also gladly welcome those. So I also encourage you to ask questions, and you can ask the questions to anyone. You can ask questions of any speaker that had their presentation today. I see that Dennis, I think, wants to say something.
I thought that we're ready. Widzę, że nam się zrobił nieoficjalny koniec.
Okay, I see that it appears that we have an informal closing of the conference, as many of you are leaving. No, we have one question here.
It's not a question. Well, it's a question for you. I would like to know, out of all of the people here, how many of you already have contact, either your own or nearby farm, with farm animals? Can you raise your hand? Is this something new for you? With them? Well, at the moment, are you thinking about working with farm animals? Let's ask that question. So there are a few of you. That's good news. That's good news. How many of you already work with companion animals, dogs or cats? Okay.
All of us.
They're the same people. It's interesting. Okay, thanks.
Gdzie było?
So my question is, how big a problem is that often with farm animals, there's much lower awareness in general of farm animals. And, because of that, you can have, like, I don't know, a blacksmith, a stable hand who's going to suddenly show up and ruin all of your work, because he's going to tell you that he's much older and he's a man, so he's more competent than you being a young woman. And, he may tell you that, all his life he was using this one method that he would kick the horse because, you have to show the horse that he's, the alpha male. And at that point, the animal, or rather, all of our work could just be destroyed by this one kind of person. And also, often, it may think that everything is fine. There's many positive reviews or opinions, but then somebody shows up who's a replacement of your, most reliable specialist. And then, so my question is, how real a problem is that? How often do you struggle with such things?
To take it?
Yes, definitely, that is a problem. But I think that it's a shift. So I think that those people will die in 20 years, 10, 20 years. And I think that awareness and education, as I said, we have to start at the early age, but also that you are here now and that you can bring this to your friends, and that you have so much knowledge that you can stand in it and you can say that actually I have this degree. So we can discuss it, but I would be happy to teach you blah, blah, blah. So you have to do it in a nice way, in a pedagogical way, so that they don't shut up their ability to take in information. But I understand it's difficult, but education is the best way of doing this.
Ja też myślę, że to, że mamy takie konferencje jak tutaj,
Yes, I think that also the fact we have these conferences and the fact that we have these such events, and especially as they're free of charge, meaning that they're accessible. Now, the internet is also a good source, but the internet as a source, it's got its ups and downs. However, yes, there is more and more knowledge that's available, and I hope that we're right now during a shift. Yes, I just wanted to add about the lifelong education because I'm not sure how much you're working with horses, but safety above all. So that video, I mean, apart from equine therapy and apart from the fact that it was valuable, but I would never dare to put a rider without a helmet on the horse like we saw in the video.
Could I answer that? Because I asked that question during the interview because it's quite common that almost always there is a rider with a helmet on. And in this particular case, this boy had trouble keeping his head upright. And so it was an exception that they did not put a helmet on him, but they have had a lot of experience with this particular boy and know that he holds on very carefully. But it's a very good question and a very good point. Most often you have a helmet on when you're working either on donkeys or horses.
And actually, it's also shown that most of the accidents with horses, they happen on ground, so not when you're riding them. So, yeah, but of course, they need an animal that is certified. And like he said, that this horse is especially trained and especially found suited to do this kind of work.
yeah, and I also had an agreement with his parents about exactly this thing, not wearing the helmet. Because he couldn't wear the helmet, so yeah. Czy mamy jeszcze pytania?
So do we have any other questions?
Ja nie wiem tak naprawdę.
Now, I'm not sure if this is a question to our guests from abroad and whether it's a question to our Polish community, because from the very beginning, I have an issue with the English word services. So in a literal translation, of course, this translates as usługi, services in Polish, and it makes me think of, provision of services. Now, okay, if we look at the terminology and if we look at the Polish definition, we also offer psychological services. But when I think of the word services, and I think a lot of the society will agree with me. I mean, I think of services also in connection with, when I think of washing carpets, right? It's something soulless. And I think with that word, we may be losing a little bit of that relationship. Like Agata Kocikowska in one of her papers, when she was discussing the word intervention, and that was back when we were in the previous terminology. Now, in Polish, she was considering translating that into wsparcie, support. Now, in English, support, of course, will pertain more to those support animals, so those dogs that are with blind people. But, this nomenclature is going to enter our Polish translations. And are we really going to use the word usługi, services, or perhaps are we considering a different translation of that? So I think there's no other option. I mean, if we want to have access to the international scholarly base, or if we want to share our experiences with partners from different countries, we need to use the same terminology if we want to be understood. Because if I suddenly start talking about support, then for Christine to understand what I mean, I have to very precisely describe it. And then I will have to explain, what education I have and what certification my animal has. And then when I talk about therapy, I mean, it's just more precise, this terminology, and it allows us to be part of the international community, and it allows comparing results across countries, which I think is exceedingly important. Now, of course, we have our local words, such as dogoterapia, dog therapy, felinoterapia, feline therapy, but not always with dog therapy or oh no, therapy. Do we talk about therapy? I mean, sometimes it's not therapy. Sometimes it's actually education. Sometimes it's just activation. Sometimes it's just visits. So actually in Polish, it can be misleading.
This is exactly the same problem that we have in the German translation, because it translates in German to Dienstleistung or Dienste, and some people don't like that either. The problem was with the main problem with interventions in certain professions that has a particular meaning, and it's not the same meaning for everyone. So we had to get away from that. I wasn't on the committee. I don't want to imply that I was involved, but I am helping to promote it because of just what you said. It's for communication between the different countries, between the different languages, so we all know we're talking about the same thing, even if it's not exactly the way we would like to call it.
Yes, and we have the freedom to make it more adaptable to each country. I was responsible for translating these definitions into Norwegian, and then I used wording that that actually illustrates what this is in Norway. So there are better words, I think, than what you say, that services, and so you can do that, but as long as you're talking the same language in English, so we use the same terms, but it has to be understandable for your country.
To complete Christina, we had the similar problem in Romania, because some people said, yeah, it's like cleaning carpets, not that this is a problem, but service means any process of addressing needs. So when I agree with Christina and Magda and Dennis, we should keep the terminology to be in line with other scholars on the publications and research on standards producers, but always offer a definition in our own language. Yeah, not to give this negative connotation.
So we're meeting here in a very broad group of people who are, well, not just experienced, but definitely very aware. We heard a lot about anthrozoology and etology and animal psychology, but in the back of my head, I have this worry about law. Polish law specifically, because here locally we're working in Poland, we're going to be working in Poland, and what worries me very much is the situation when the laws are not in place and when access to these actions is given to people who are completely unaware and completely unprepared, and and we already know of these things happening, people doing more harm than bringing benefit. And do you know of any plan or any solution to that right now?
You should answer first, and I will answer more in general.
So what I can tell you is I completely agree. It doesn't only apply to farm animals, but the same applies to dogs or cats. So this situation threatens not just the patients, but also the animals. Even if we consider only the people taking a dog that's aggressive or letting children in an uncontrolled way to an enclosure with goats is very controversial. So what we can do is, first of all, educate. And we try to do that here by publishing as much as possible and translating and explaining the international standards. But I mean, right now it is true that if somebody wants to, they will follow that. Still, I think raising awareness of clients is important, of the recipients, the institutions. Perhaps that over time will bring results. Now, I'm not sure if Poland is ready to work on certain laws. I know that some laws are on their way in the back door, in the back rooms, but some of the solutions that are being proposed don't solve the problems. Some of them actually deteriorate and worsen the situation. But it's great that you're raising this. This is a very important point. I think events such as this one, they allow us to meet and they allow us to form one joint per view. I think this will help the community consolidate sufficiently so that we can later have a real impact on the legislature.
Yeah, but you answered perfectly. I have nothing to add, so.
I do.
Ah, okay.
Thank you. The opposite of that has happened in the Mediterranean area. I won't mention the country, but I think the capital is Rome, which has excellent laws on the books, but nobody follows them. And that's the opposite that can happen as well. They have one of the best laws about pet therapy. They still call it pet therapy, but nobody follows it except the one reference center where the law was made. And all the other people that are working in the area don't follow those laws.
Yes, and it's exactly the same in traffic. We have this limit that you shouldn't drive more than 50 kilometers in an hour, but people still drive 60 kilometers. So it's not just about the laws, like Magda says, we have to educate people. That's the most important thing that we can do.
Może ja tylko
So, just to say it in Polish, I would like to draw our attention to one other aspect, an aspect that was addressed to some degree, and to some degree it was not, because Dr. Boruta in the beginning mentioned the rings of the farm animals, and actually, of course, it would be difficult to expect this. And have you seen the pictures of the famous pig from Ursynów district in Warsaw? That one didn't have anything in her ear, and she was sparking so much interest online, and people were sharing it. So as long as we're populistically and loving the image of a pig or a chicken entering a kindergarten without any proper paperwork, as long as we applaud that, and when we watch breakfast TV shows without showing that we're upset about this breaking of animals' rights, but also the breaking of the basic epidemiological rules, because that's actually how we call it. I mean, unless we do that and show our discontent, no laws will stop that. So I think we should start with ourselves. We have to make sure we have all the vaccinations, and we have to follow the law, and we have to, also think of epidemiology. Just as a side note. And let me also ask, this is a little bit from my field, because I'm very interested in programs. I mean, do you have any knowledge or any information on programs in which clients or patients can support and help in, let me just call it generally, animal rehabilitation? I'm talking here about anxious animals. Now, I understand that usually for these therapies, we select animals that are not aggressive, but we know already that it can be very supportive for patients when they have the opportunity to open animals, to create foster relations with animals that, so far hadn't bonded with anyone, to tame them in a way. Do you know of any programs like that?
If I correctly understood, I would refer to prison-based animal-assisted education and therapy, where people that are inmates in prisons, they can also work with rescue animals, such as stray dogs. We have such programs in Romania, and they are very successful, because the inmates can see that stray dogs that didn't belong to anyone, and some of them had a harsh life in the streets, they can be prepared for successful adoptions and so on. But I'm thinking that's an interesting approach. I've seen also in the US examples of exactly in green chimneys, where you see children coming from various traumatic family situations, and they learn how to work with animals that were abused in their turns. Maybe Dennis, you would like to add some more, but it's a really nice approach, and it works. It's a win-win situation.
And there are also rehabilitation programs of wildlife. And one of the most important moments is when a child who's been misused or mishandled and has helped rehabilitate this animal is allowed to watch the animal be released back into freedom again. It's a fantastic moment to see. I actually witnessed it at Green Chimneys in New York one time, and it's a wonderful experience. So there are some programs besides the prison programs, which we have in a number of countries now. They started in the state of Washington and then went to England and now are all over the place. So I think, yes, there are such programs and they're very important.
Ja chciałabym zapytać,
And I would like to ask if you could please compare therapy animals with emotional support animals, because, well, they can travel with us on planes and they can enter with us places that, well, private animals, companion animals, are not allowed. Now, another difference is that these emotional support animals are also members of our families. But I'm just wondering whether we can in some way link, I mean, I don't like the word ownership, but can you somehow connect being the owner of an emotional support animal with, for example, going to animal assisted therapies?
If you can use the same dog as a therapy animal and a social support animal? Part of the question. Okay, because the difference between a therapy animal or an animal-assisted service animal and an emotional animal is that an emotional animal works for its owner and the animal-assisted service animal works together with its owner to help others. So it's two completely different ways of working, and also it is often, or it takes different abilities between the dogs to do both the different kind of works. So in a way, it's not compatible at all. But of course, if you have a dog that is, if you're working in animal-assisted services, your dog can have therapeutic effect on you, of course. But often it's not so suitable to be a support animal as well. So someone who wants to.
It's also been shown that for the emotional support animals, that it's the personal relationship which has the most significant effect on lowering blood pressure and so forth. So there is something special about these animals. However, when somebody, I've been asked by this question by huge airline companies in the United States, when somebody comes with their emotional support python, snake, that wants to go onto the plane, that is personally a misuse of what we've found out in this field. And I think we have to be very careful about certain aspects of emotional support animals, stress reducing animals during examinations at universities, because you've got a lecture hall with 150, 200 students and so forth. It can be very stressful for the animal as well.
And I think that American Airlines, they stopped permitting those animals on board because it was overused by people who just wanted to take an animal.
Yeah, exactly.
And there is no regulation, so you cannot check the personality of the animal. And often they are like a little bit shy or a little bit afraid of everything. So that's why they are so perfect, supportive animals for the owner, because the only place they feel safe, it's on the lap. So they choose it for themselves, yeah?
And I wanted to talk about tagging animals. I think these earrings that is something unethical, especially in connection to goats. And goats are so curious animals. Very often they will rip their ears open. Now, I'm also an owner of a ranch with many species of animals, including goats. And I wanted to talk about chipping because my goats have chips. That is also possible. It is legally allowed. And you just need to give a proper justification, but it's not a big challenge. So this year, certain changes were made. And yes, you can keep the right to change the identification system, but one earring always stays, regardless of whether there is also a chip or a band, but there must be at least one earring. Excuse me, I can't hear the response. Well, let me put it this way. I would rather for the agencies, for the same staff of the agency to stay where they are. But that may be an interpretation of one person. But according to law, there should be one earring. At least one. And I think in this case, this was an individual interpretation. Honestly, I would be slightly concerned if I heard that interpretation. I would love to have that interpretation in writing, because then that could shield me from any possible fines if there's another inspector that visits me. Because the law states it very clearly, you need to have one earring, regardless of the second ID method. There's actually even a possibility to change the ID method for the animals that used to be in the old system, but the same rule applies. So actually we, together with the KTOS Foundation, we decided that we want to be exempt from that rule, and we received permission for this. We just needed to explain it. Well, you know what? We actually have a person here in this room who has a breed of goats that is characterized by the fact that they practically have no ears. So that gives you a natural challenge of, where do you put that earring? And there's also no method for that. I mean, there's no logical method that would be enshrined in law to, admit that, no, there's no need for that. I mean, in this case, there's no ears, so there's nothing to put it on. So obviously what they do is they try to go by with other methods. They try to put the earring on the collar, and also not all of the divisions of the agency accept that. They say that we're sorry, but with this law, you have to come up with a method that will, that will fulfill your legal obligation. That's what it looks like legally. People are debating this and have been for a long time. People thought that the chips or that the bands will replace the earrings. When the law was passed, everybody was surprised to see that they kept in the rule about the one earring. That's all that I can tell you about the legal situation as of now. Yes, and the fact that many foundations have non-tagged farm animals, or that their earrings are being taken off, now that is a completely different aspect. Okay, so it seems that we have exhausted all of our questions. I'd like to thank you very much for your endurance. Thank you for all of those brave souls that stayed here until the end, and it was a pleasure to host you, and hopefully in future we will be able to organize more similar educational events, and hopefully we'll be able to build a community that's closer and striving towards shared objectives. So thank you very much for today, and see you in the future.